with the curriculum and with the technical bodies like AICTE and all. The guidelines given and framed are all good. But when it comes to the implementation part, all of us are affiliated to some different universities from across different states, and they have different kinds of norms. And when you read those norms and translate, maybe then each one interprets it differently.
Okay.
And how you try and and for any mind to assimilate and to apply it, you need a lot of time. So I don't know if we are dwelling on any topic for such long time. Those are things I think are basically the problem.
Yeah.
One is in the implementation, and it is also as faculty we have a responsibility.
Yes.
So we first understand where our skill gaps are, and we should try and equip ourselves, I think. And it is a process. The first time that you are teaching a subject, I'm sure we won't do a good job. So it is like at least 3 times you should have taught. When you learn, it is different skill sets. When you teach, it's a different kind of a skill set. So unless you are prepared for that, I think it becomes complicated. It is in the implementation part, I think, where there is a gap.
Yeah. Any other answer?
Sir, institute should make the students and providing infrastructures what the industries they are expecting from the students' employment perspective. So they're just focusing for providing employment opportunities and what are the present expertises from the industry side. That orientation maybe we can guide them to the students. That is
Essentially, what you are trying to say is the syllabus is not aligned with the industry.
applications. They have enough interest and their understanding about the concepts and other things,
Okay.
but they have a gap of where they can just apply the learned skills into converting as a employment opportunity. There is a gap in the
Okay.
institute side. There is a gap.
Okay.
Maybe I think.
Okay. So, any answer?
The pace at which industry is changing and the ability to adapt it to the curriculum.
Okay. Okay. So, many times, academics lag behind the industry developments. So, by the time we adopt, the new technology would have emerged, or new way of doing things would have emerged, and the graduate may not be able to cope up with, or they may be learning the outdated technology or the outdated things, and they may not find application for the outdated knowledge. Okay. Any other answer?
The profile of the students is undergoing a drastic change.
Okay.
The kind of exposure the earlier generation had versus the kind of exposure or the way of learning of this generation is totally different. So we may not be doing what we're doing over the last decade in this.
Basically, you are highlighting the teaching method, delivery strategies. Okay. I think all of you are right. Here are so I listed down a couple of the gaps or the reasons why exactly traditional education system fails student and they become unemployable or they remain underemployed. So first and the foremost thing, as Sir rightly mentioned, students have the knowledge, they learn theories, definition, concepts, but when it comes to application, decision making, and problem solving, they won't be able to perform those things. And basically, we assess their maybe understanding or their ability to remember and reproduce the theories, concepts, and definition in our assessment. Okay, so that's the first gap which is actually majorly contributing for the lack of employability among the students. For instance, a student may explain master's theory perfectly. Okay, so he might be able to recall and also recall in a particular order all the 5 needs stipulated by master. But if you ask the examples again, they might quote the examples. But if you ask them to how exactly this particular framework can be used to improve the product or to come up with the same product but position it at a different level. If you take toothpaste, it can be positioned by talking about how exactly it can enable you to cope up with the sensitive teeth. That's physiological need. On the other hand, if you are emphasizing the toothpaste with the message of tooth decay and protection, that is basically emphasize if you use this particular toothpaste, you can have close intimate conversation with your close ones. Okay, they are actually like taking the same toothpaste and they are aligning that benefit to that of a social need. Okay, and some of the toothpaste ads, like they come up with a cosmetic aspect. Okay, they highlight if you use this particular toothpaste, you will be having like the higher brightness of the teeth and other things. So that is self-esteem. Okay, so the thing is, the moment you give master society of need, they'll be able to reproduce the answer. But if you ask them to like use the same framework to design the message, they might fail. They might say that toothpaste is basically like it can be mapped only to either the physiological need or safety and security need, health, safety and security need. So the idea here is that is because they read a particular textbook, they may go through the lecture delivered by the faculty, and they will stick to that particular framework of the explanation verbatim, okay, without applying their mind. So this is the reason why many times they fail to use the frameworks, use the solution in real life situation. Again, Indian education system, if you have to look at right from the childhood days, one of the important metrics everyone would be gauging is what is your percentage. So completely it is oriented towards examination. Okay. So what happens is there's too much emphasis on marks rather than like a conceptual understanding and application. And most of the questions that we ask, they will be oriented towards testing their memory rather than like their application capability. To give you a simple example, even at our institution, we have the autonomy, but when it comes to business statistics or the decision science courses, we have so many good tools. Jamovi is there, SPSS is there, R and Python, if it is coding related. But still, we end up testing or assessing whether a student has understood mean, median, mode, and standard deviation by asking them to solve the problem using that particular data manually. So over there, a student might have understood it conceptually. He may be in a position to apply it in a real life situation. But because your examination is written examination for 3 hours, and you are expecting them to recall that particular formula and also not to make mistake while following the procedure. So some of the students might end up missing it. Okay. So somebody who is good at memorizations, good at going through the same problem again and again without applying their mind, they might end up scoring more marks. So the thing is, this exam orientation is killing the pleasure as well as the fun associated with true learning. Okay. Some of the students are really good at analytics and they're conceptually quite strong, but they're extremely weak when it comes to remembering and recalling that particular formula. Okay, or they may be having a attention deficit and they might end up making various mistakes during the procedure. So they will be left behind. On the other hand, somebody who is quite the studious and they are good at remembering and recall, they might end up scoring the marks, but eventually they fail when they go to the industry. So this entire exam orientation is making people to take a short-term approach to learning and the programs. Okay, just before the examination for 50 days they study, they reproduce the same thing in the examination. If the exam questions are based on memory rather than application oriented, then they'll end up scoring 80%. As Sir pointed out, they end up failing at a later stage in the industry. So also it is completely oriented towards predicting the examination questions and patterns by going to the past question papers and other things. So that's not going to serve the larger purpose. And many times students are going to think in silos. Okay, so especially many times it may so happens that especially if you have designed the if you have 6 modules and if there's an option, if the questions in the final examination are in your internal assessment, if it is module wise and if there's an option of choosing only 3 questions out of 4 or 5 questions out of 6, they will end up skipping one module itself. Okay, so that makes a person's the understanding of concept very fragmented, and also this is only within the given course, and there's also fragmentation or some sort of a chasm or a big gap between one discipline and another. Okay, So in real life situation, problem occurs as a business problem. It manifests as a business problem that may be having its roots in finance or marketing or operations or put together. So if they do not have holistic understanding of a concept, eventually they end up failing in the industry. So again, the traditional method is not uh, measuring the appropriate metrics. So they are asking the questions in the form of define, describe, explain, which are at a very low level understanding and remember if you were to look at the Bloom's taxonomy. So that marks whatever students go, that is not equal to competence. But it gives us false illusion to parents and the student that they have excelled in a particular examination, they have the the highest score, and but to be frank, they are not adequately prepared to take up the real life situations and the business problems. And also, as ma'am rightly put it, there is a misalignment between many times there will be misalignment or some sort of a lag between the advancement that are happening in the industry and the academic the updation of course curriculum or the syllabus. So all those things lead to misalignment at various levels in our teaching, in our syllabus, teaching, and then eventually delivery and the gap between students' competency and the industry requirement. So one of the important thing is OBE will enable one to overcome all these problems. Okay, so that's the importance of OBE. OBE will enable you to, of course, it is not a panacea, it's not going to solve all the problems, but faculty can make an attempt to overcome some of these deficiencies. Okay, so especially if you are in the autonomous institution, you can always frame your syllabus, and also you can choose your teaching strategy, whether you want to use case studies, whether you want to use simulations or some sort of a role play or flipped classroom. So there are various strategies, teaching strategies that you can choose to deliver a particular content. So in a way, this outcome-based education offers some sort of a solution. It may not be optimal solution, it may not be adequate, but nevertheless, some of the deficiencies can be overcome using OBE. So the first and the foremost thing is in OBE, it begins with the question, what students should be able to do after undergoing a particular program, after a particular course. Okay, so it clearly stipulates the outcome of a particular course, outcome of a particular program. When you have the clarity with regard to what student will be able to achieve, so it enhances the accountability of the faculty, it enhances the accountability of the students in the system. So student first of all will get some clarity as to why exactly they are studying that particular course, why exactly they have enrolled for a particular program. Okay, so that clarity, various cognitive psychological studies shows that the clarity itself will enhance the motivation of the individual. Okay, in the absence of that clarity, they just wrote a syllabus, they might wonder what is the relevance of all these things for me. Okay, so in management we keep telling that begin with end in mind. Okay, so this program outcome and course outcomes, they will establish that end result, and then it will make faculty and the student focus on that particular outcome. Okay, so typically, if you have to look at any course, the syllabus, which is following OBE, they clearly stipulate the syllabus content, and then they will put after the course outcomes. Okay, by the end of this course, a student will be able to, that will be the STEM and then the branches. Okay, 3, 4, or up to 6 COs they will mention per course. So that itself will give a lot of clarity for faculty and the students. So it removes ambiguity associated with relevance of that particular course for the student, and also faculty will be held accountable if those outcomes are not achieved. Okay, so it brings about some sense of responsibility among the faculty. In the absence of OBE, what happens is, this is the syllabus, I have covered the syllabus. That would be the attitude of most of the teachers. But on the other hand, in case of OBE, it's not just coverage of the syllabus per se, but you should enable that student to acquire that capability and competence, and they should demonstrate it. You should have appropriate assessment whether a student has acquired that particular capability or not. So as I told you, accountability will get enhanced in OBE. And then, so OBE aligns everything, POs, that is the program outcomes. On the day of graduation, what are the skill set and the mindset and the capabilities of particular student will be having. And then course outcome, each semester student will be enrolling for a particular course. After completion of that course, what are the capabilities and competencies a particular student will be having. So, and also, since the objective is not to cover syllabus per se, but to make student capable, you have to identify what are all the strategies that are relevant for the students. As ma'am was mentioning, there are certain students, especially the present generation student, like their attention span is very less, and they are all addicted to maybe 10 seconds or 15-second reels or maybe 3 seconds nowadays. I'm not sure. So, how to attract their attention, retain their attention, how to make engage with the course. All those things are big challenges, but nevertheless, you have to identify the right teaching tools and methods and the strategies. So, what works for one set of students may not work for other, but you have to design the appropriate strategy, and you have to exert your effort to make the student capable. It's not just mere completion of syllabus. And also, choose the appropriate assessments. Okay, so once you set the the COs and other things, like your test and the assessments and the assignments, they should map to that particular CO. Okay, for instance, if you have put okay, I'll come to that example. The thing is, let's assume that you have quoted or you have stipulated your CO1 as analyze consumer behavior using various theories and the frameworks. So the word analyze is quite key here. You cannot ask questions like describe consumer behavior, define consumer behavior, define Maslow's hierarchy of, or describe Maslow's hierarchy of need. That doesn't lead to an application. That doesn't lead to any sort of analysis. So the teaching method should resonate with the COs, and also the assessment should be in sync with the teaching methods. All those things will lead to the proper outcomes, and there won't be any random teaching and random assignments and the assessments. Okay, so faculty will be having some sort of a clarity as to what are they doing, and similarly that clarity will translate into the teaching and the strategies and the assessment tools that they are using, and the assessment the techniques they are deploying. So one of the important objective of OBE is continuous improvement. So you are going to continuously measure the attainment of COs for each course, and then towards each batch in the form of a PO. So the objective is not to impress anybody. Okay, there is absolutely no need for you to inflate the marks and then say that we have attained all those things. Okay, so the overall objective of OBE is to ensure that the quality of education will improve on a continuous basis. For that, we have to continuously assess the CO attainment and PO attainment. If there is a lack of attainment, it's a clear-cut indication that something is not fitting in. Maybe your teaching method, maybe your assessment method, maybe your syllabus. So they are not in alignment. So use that as a cue in order to investigate the matter and come up with the rectification measure. And all those things have to be properly recorded. So that's exactly what happens in case of OBE. So the overall focus in OBE is on skills and the competencies. So you have to use wide variety of different techniques and the strategies to deliver the content. Most important, especially for management, is case studies. Okay, and believe me, back in the olden days, our case studies used to run 20-30 pages. Nowadays, you need not have to do that. If you are aware of a particular example, you can generate a case study based around that particular example using any of the AI tool. Okay, maybe 800 words or 900 words or 1000 words, 1 or 2 pages for that particular class to convey that one message. Okay, so I'll come to that with a few examples at a later stage. The idea here is, at the end of the day, make students aware of what is happening and around them in a particular business environment, in a particular functional domain, and initiate them to become curious and then start critically thinking. Okay, so I just gave you the overview of OBE, how exactly it enhances accountability and quality, and also there's a lot of transparency involved in learning and teaching method, because everything is stated upfront. Okay, syllabus is given, then POs are stated clearly, and then COs for each courses, and the mapping between COs and POs along with the strength. So it is going to like enhance the transparency in overall TLP or the teaching learning courses, and each one of the stakeholder would be like aware of what is the requirement and what is the level of involvement that is required. So all those things will enhance the transparency in learning. And also, because of all these things, there's a higher level of employability. So that's like ensuring the quality of education and its total impact of the total output. So if you have to look at SDG is talking about Sustainable Development Goals stipulated by UN is talking about quality education, SDG 4. Similarly, like our own Viksit Bharat vision for India, that is talking about like a quality education. Okay, in this context, OBE becomes extremely important. Okay, it's not just one gimmick or some sort of exercise. We are doing it in order to get the accreditation from NBA or NAC or any other accreditation agency. Of course, I'm not saying that this is panacea. I'm not saying that this is the total solution for the quality education, but it is going to be like it is going to like lead to some improvement. Okay, it's going to like enhance the the course content and its relevance for the students and the other stakeholders if you follow OBE. So to sum up this particular phase of the period for workshop, traditional education asks, did we teach well? The entire focus is inward. Okay, have I covered the syllabus? Have I completed the evaluation of answers in time? Okay, so those things this is the typical traditional approach. As I told you, though we might claim, especially autonomous institutions, that we have moved towards OBE and we have been accredited by NBA for last 3-4 cycles, so still we have a tendency to fall back to traditional system because we have been conditioned like that. Okay, so as I quoted the example of this business statistics or vision sciences, even today we typically kiosk examination will be there, and then there's a question, and then student has to remember that formula for standard deviation. They have to follow the procedure. So I'm not negating its importance. That is important, provided that the student understand the logic behind it and the derivation part of it. But again, asking question about derivation, what it does, student will mug up and they will produce. It is of no use. So straight away come to the application part. If it is possible for you to evaluate the the conceptual understanding and the importance of it, just ask a question related to that particular concept. Don't give the clue. Okay, so they have to invoke the appropriate test and the appropriate statistical metric, and they can use SPSS or Jamovi or whichever to arrive at a solution. So if you do that, the student will be equipped with the right mindset and the competence to approach the business problems. So the OBE asks, the student learn well and can they prove it? Proving it is very important. This is exactly what you measure. This is exactly what you record. And this is exactly what the NBA visitors will ask for. Okay, so there has to be some sort of evidence that the learning has taken place and it has made those students capable of XYZ, whatever you're stipulating in each course, and also the POs towards the end of the graduation program. So with this prelude, now let me get into the actual presentation. Introduction. Management education in India is no longer about simply delivering content, it's about ensuring students can demonstrate measurable competencies at the end of the course. Okay, so this is what I have been talking about. Student has to prove that they have understood, assimilated, and they have developed the capability to analyze and apply those business frameworks, those business theories and concepts in real life situation. If they are incapable of doing that, if they are unable to demonstrate, definitely your education hasn't served the purpose. Students have wasted their time and money and clinical the financial resources. So that's not a good situation to be in. So the traditional teaching, as we have just now discussed, the entire emphasis is on completing the syllabus, delivering lectures, and conducting examinations. So as I told you, in case of OBE, the emphasis shifts towards student capabilities, what students can do after completing the program, after completing a particular course. And also, learning has to be measured and evidence. You have to show like first of all like you have to identify the appropriate measuring tools, and you have to deploy that, and also you have to record and you have to measure and keep it as evidence for various agencies. First of all, for yourself. Okay, year on year you have been teaching business analytics. Like has there been any improvement? Okay, in terms of attainments, CO attainments. So perhaps like out of 6 COs, maybe 1 CO is not getting attained again and again. You have to investigate the matter and you have to like come up with the appropriate strategy to convey that particular message. Maybe altering the content of the syllabus, maybe like altering your teaching method, or maybe like both. Okay, so the thing is that measurement aspect of any the CO, it is done with the intention of improving the quality of education. Okay, that you have to be clear. So coming to this particular FDP, why exactly this particular FDP? First and the foremost thing is writing CO is quite difficult for many faculty. Many times they will end up using various jargons without much thought, and the COs are not well defined and well delineated from one CO to another. There's a good amount of overlap and other things. I'll give you example for all those things in subsequent slides. And also the mismatch or the misalignment between COs and POs. Sometimes all the COs are aligned with all the POs, okay, without adequate justification. I'm not saying that it cannot happen. But the thing is, if you're going to have all COs aligned to all POs without a thought, without proper justification, you will end up coming up with the wrong measurement tools, wrong way of conveying message, or you may be engaging in some sort of a self-delusion and deception, because once you align all COs with all POs, automatically attainment level will go up, both for a course and a PO levels. Okay, so I'll come to that particular case. And also, designing appropriate assessment won't be there. For everything, they might use examination as a tool to assess the competencies. That's a bad idea. And also, the attainment may not be very meaningful if all those mistakes are made. So this particular FDP will enable the participants to overcome these challenges and confusions. So coming to the core objective of this FDP, to enable management faculty to design, deliver, and assess course using OBE principles, ensuring alignment with accreditation requirements and industry expectations. Specifically, participants will be able to convert traditional syllabus into OBE design or OBE syllabus, and write clear, measurable, and accessible COs, and map COs with the POs and the PSOs if there are any, and design appropriate teaching and learning strategies aligned with the outcomes, and develop the assessment tools that measure actual learning, and calculate and interpret attainment level. This is again a very gray area. There is a lot of the absence of consensus even among the experts. I'll deal with that. I'll explain those things. And use feedback for continuous improvement. So these are the specific outcomes of this particular workshop. Okay. So now, the core idea of OBE is we focus on what student achieve and not what teacher teaches. And there are certain terminologies that we have to be familiar with. So, and also some of the key concepts. First and the foremost thing is input versus output education model. Can anyone tell what is the difference between input education model and the output education model? What could be? Any guesses? Yeah, so traditional versus OBE. Okay, so in traditional method, as I've been highlighting, the entire focus is on teacher and the syllabus and the coverage and on the traditional examination. On the other hand, in case of output education model, that is typical OBE, the focus is towards the competencies and capabilities of students after undergoing a particular course and a particular PO. And then we are going to look at the terminologies like vision and vision, and PEO and PO and the PSO and the course outcome. So input and output we have already seen. The vision and vision we will look at. So vision is typically defined by the strategic decision makers within an organization. Okay, so like your BOG, Board of Governance and its members, plus directors and the vice principals and the principals, those are the people who are going to define vision for the organization. But as I told you about the quality education, there are international bodies like UN which is focusing on quality education through SDG 4, and at a national level we have Viksit Bharat. Again, I know they have vision for quality education at a higher level. So, in addition to that, after those two layers, at a firm level within the organization level, like there's a vision statement. It is beyond our control, especially like the faculty board in the mid level or below. Like we won't be able to shape the vision and mission, but it is going to give a sense of direction for the all the stakeholders, especially like the faculty and the decision makers. It's going to set the future direction, and it's going to be futuristic, and it's going to be a source of inspiration for everyone. That's why like in most of the places you would see vision, and then like all the PUOs and then POs. Okay, so you have to be aware of like the vision of your organization. Not only in order to like see the alignment between your course and the the eventual vision, but also like from the point of view of NBA visits and other things. They might randomly like ask any of the faculty what is the vision and the vision statement of the organization or the department. Okay, so every stakeholder should be like between the organization, especially faculty and students. Okay, they have to be aware of their vision and vision statements. Though they may not contribute directly, their participation in defining those vision and mission, it may be minimal, but nevertheless, like you have to be aware of this. So basically, the vision actually like stipulates where you want to go in next 5 years, 10 years, in the long term. So this is an example. To be globally recognized institution in management, education, and research. Typically, most organizations define on these lines. Others to excel in business education or management education. So those are some of the typical vision statements. Vision statement is a statement of purpose. Okay. How does an organization actually like or education firm add value to various stakeholders? So important stakeholders are students, society, and the industry. So how exactly your program is going to contribute for the requirement of these three, or if there are any like other stakeholders. So one of the example I have put it here is to provide quality education, foster innovation, develop socially responsible managers. Here, if you have to look at quality education is a requirement for students, and innovation is a requirement for advancement of knowledge in terms of patents and the research papers, and then like all these things should happen in an ethical manner. Okay, so like you cannot like pursue a particular goal which is divorced from all these ethics and the societal requirements. So anyhow, these are beyond our control, especially the in faculty or faculty at a mid level. They may not be able to influence vision and mission statement of organization directly, or even if they can influence, it is going to be minuscule. Okay, it's not going to be too big impact. And again, there's something called the PUO. Any idea what would be PUO? Have you seen PUOs in those boards where they display like on the vision PUO and then PUOs? Okay, what does that mean? Okay, so it is a like the medium term to long term like the outcome of a particular student. So if for batch of students are graduating today, like 3 years down the line or 5 years down the line, where they will be and like what sort of positions they will be occupying and how exactly they will be contributing to the society. So So typically, what graduates are expected to achieve in 3 to 5 years after completing the program. That's what PUO is. And again, immediately after vision and mission statement, you'll find PUOs. So these are the long-term objectives and long-term the achievements of the particular graduate. So typically 3 to 5 years, and so they focus on the career and professional growth of your graduates. Okay, 3 years, 3 years to 5 years down the line, like, what sort of a position they will occupy, and how exactly they will be engaged with societal affairs, and how would they contribute for society after undergoing your program today. So, one of the example, graduates will hold responsible managerial position and contribute for organizational growth.
He's asked us, how would you measure PEOs? So will you be covering that as part of the discussion?
I haven't, I'm not covering that, but nevertheless, like, looking at this particular PEO concept, what would be the, how can you measure this?
We have shown them, how our alumni are doing, that's the group we have shown, but they are asking how do you all measure this? So I was wondering if there's something which we should be doing, we should do it.
So the thing is, what you can do is, like, again, like, you have to contact those batches, all the alumni, and keep a record of, like, where they are working, at what position, and if they have received any award and appreciation from the organization where they have worked, or if they have seen, like, the multiple promotion within a short period of time, like, that one. The idea is, they should be, like, doing well with their organization, okay? Or if they have become entrepreneur, like, how has been the growth? Of course, within 3 to 5 years, you cannot expect much, but nevertheless, like, if they have seen some sort of improvement from the day when they started and, like, after 5 years, so that becomes evidence, a concrete evidence that they are doing good, okay? So, the thing is, if you have alumni association office, like, that person should be in constant touch with the alumni and keep gathering that data on a continuous basis. And if that is done properly in a systematic manner, you can easily show, like, their growth over the years and their contribution for the organization and the society. Okay, so that becomes a concrete evidence that, like, they are doing well and your program has been enabled. Or else, in addition to that, what you can do is, there's an indirect measurement. This is a concrete measurement which cannot be disputed, but there's an indirect measurement in terms of floating the questionnaire. Okay, float the questionnaire and ask questions which are going to be based on your PEOs. Okay, whatever PEO that you have stipulated, you transform them into, like, the items in your questionnaire, and then, like, float it and gather the information. Okay, that is based on purely perception, but nevertheless, if your graduates are happy that they graduated from this particular institution and this particular course, because of that they are doing good in the organization, they'll give the right feedback and that becomes evidence. Hope I have answered the question.
Yes, this is one more doubt. Our PEOs, there are 3 PEOs which we have as part of our MBA program, where we're looking at one, like you said, entrepreneurship, one doing well in the career, and third is giving back to the society. So the first 2 we have evidence which we show. Giving back to society is something which we don't know if we have to change that PEO or
No, that has to be retained because, like, say, within 3 to 5 years, like, they cannot be able to do great impact. But if they are not in bad news, that itself is the kind of, like, they are conducting themselves in ethically and, like, manner. They haven't been implicated for any wrong reasons. That itself is the kind of evidence. See, within 3 to 5 years, we have to be realistic. Okay, within 3 to 5 years, the contribution will not be very significant.
do you think we will change that PEO to something which can be measurable as well?
I'm not sure because that is one of the important requirement. At the end of the day, the entire education is designed to enhance the quality of life for the society members. So remember that it may be questioned, or also, like, it doesn't make much of a sense actually. Okay? If you exclude the society itself, it might undermine your purpose of education. So, like, as I told you, like, maybe, like, if there are honest taxpayers, okay, that is also a contribution. I mean, it's like, and again, like, if you are employed in the organization, obviously, like, you don't have the option of evading the tax, like, so there will be contribution. Okay. And again, that contribution may not be direct, but, like, it is going to be indirect. As an employee, you are being productive and, like, you are contributing for the organization, and eventually the organization serves the requirement of the society. There is an indirect impact of the graduate on the society. Yeah. So next comes POs. So the POs are the program outcomes, a specific statement describing what students should know and able to do at the time of graduation. If a batch of students are graduating today, like, what are their attributes, what are their capabilities, what are their competencies? That is PO. Okay, so as PO is after 3 or 5 years of graduation. This PO is at the time of graduation. What are the skill sets and the mindset that the consumers have, the students have acquired? So this refers to immediate competencies, their critical ability, analytical ability, their ability to use various software tools to do the data analysis, all those things. And they are aligned with the graduate attributes, and typically they are defined by accreditation agencies. For instance, in our institution, we were aiming for MBA accreditation, so we retained the 5 POs of MBA. In addition to that, we felt that it is inadequate as per the stakeholder consultation process. We added 2 more POs. So our organization has around 7 POs. Okay, so NBA 5 POs. In addition to that, the 2 POs that we designed for ourselves based on the stakeholder consultation. So the stakeholder consultation is extremely important for PO.
What were those 2 additional POs which were not?
So one was with regard to entrepreneurship. In NBA, there is no explicit mentioning of entrepreneurship. And the 7th one was with regard to research.
Research.
Yeah, research. Nowadays many people are going for PhD and other things. So based on that, we went for research. So we retained 5 POs of NBA. So if you were to look at the 5 POs, the first one is about application of business knowledge for the business solution. The second one was data-driven decision making. Third one was value leadership. Fourth one was the present factors, social, cultural, economic factors, how executive that influence business decision. And the 5th one was I think team working and other things. So in addition to that, we actually came up with 2 more POs. During our stakeholder consultation, it was found that there is no explicit mentioning of entrepreneurship, so we adopted 1 more PO. And in addition to that, of late many people are enrolling for PhD up to 20. So we thought that we can explicitly include even the research. So and also our internship and societal project and the project during the 3rd semester, they are all research intensive. So we thought that those clearly map onto they won't clearly map onto the 5 POs given by the MBA. So we floated that 7th PO. So apply management principles to solve business problem. That is one of the PO that you often come across in MBA programs. Demonstrate effective communication skills. I think this is your first PO. PhD's first PO is about communication. So the thing is, these POs are going to be this is under your hand. At a departmental level, you can take a stand with regard to your POs. Compared to vision and the other things which are beyond your control, at a departmental level, you can have the full control over your program and the program outcomes. So again, many faculties will get an opportunity to participate in that stakeholder discussion while designing the POs. So you can influence PO and the COs.
I have another doubt here.
Yeah.
We have 2 MBA programs here. One MBA waste management and social work.
Yeah.
So can we have the same program outcome for both of these programs, or because it has at least it's concentrating on
See, there are 2 approaches that you can take. One is retain the same POs for both the programs, and then for waste management and other things, for the social entrepreneurship, you can come up with the PSOs. Programs specific objectives.
No, that's generally for engineering.
Again, the underlying principle is the same thing. Generally, yes, you are right. For MBA, we don't adopt PSOs, but this is a special MBA, right? This MBA is this plus social entrepreneurship plus waste management.
So agencies will expect that we have some specific PSOs for
Those things.
this.
Okay, you can retain the POs, that is the common POs for both the programs, but that is oriented towards waste management, that is oriented towards social entrepreneurship. So you can input them as a PSO. Or else, if you want to clearly segregate and make them, you can have 2 separate set of POs. But I would suggest go with the PSO. See again, why exactly engineering program is having that PSO is because for 3, maybe in the first 2 years there's too much of a common subject. 3rd and the 4th year there's specialization branches. So So most of the PSOs match to the branches. The same principle is going to be applied. So PSO, these are the outcomes specific to a particular program specialization. I think I have answered this question. This focus on a domain specific skills, differentiate one program from another. I think that third point, this point answers the question. So typically we don't use PSOs within marketing. I'm saying within MBA program. So if at all, if you want to use the marketing or finance and HR and analytics, you can use. Typically where they offer the programs like MBA in marketing, MBA in finance, for them it is relevant. Otherwise, if it's a generic MBA, just go with the POs and complete it down PSOs. Avoid PSOs. COs, these are under complete control of faculty who is handling the course. So COs are the statements that describe what students will be able to do at the end of specific course. So it's a course level outcome, and course teacher or a bunch of faculty handling the same course. They, in association with the VOS members, they have to sit and they have to contribute for the CO design. And whatever COs that you design, ensure that it is measurable and accessible. Don't use the terms which are difficult to assess and quantify. For instance, if you are going to define your CO saying that after completion of this course, student will be able to understand. So how do you measure understanding? That's really very difficult. Okay, so you can either measure the memory or you can measure memory only. Nothing else. Understanding is very broad and vague term, so that becomes quite difficult. On the other hand, if you are going to use the terms like analyze, create, okay, so they can be assessed, they can be quantified, and they can be documented. So to the extent possible, use COs or frame COs in such a manner that you can come up with the proper measurement for that. So I'll come to that in detail in a while. And that CO has to be mapped to POs and the PSOs. So I was going through Anna University's syllabus. All COs are mapped to all the POs. I don't know, perhaps NBA and such agencies may not agree with that. I'm not saying that they are not correlated at all. There will be correlation, but you have to look at the strength of the correlation. Okay, so what happens is if you are going to correlate all COs with all POs, you will end up losing the focus. Okay, so it will enhance your PO attainment, your CO attainment, and you wouldn't be knowing what are your weaknesses or where exactly students are lagging behind. So that will lead to a lot of complacency and eventually the quality won't improve. I'll come to that in a while.
The CEO should not be mapped to the content of the syllabus, right?
Yeah, I'll come to that in a while. How to state that CO, there's a separate segment. So the hierarchy is vision, PO, PSO and CO. Okay. So vision defines the ultimate goal, what that organization or the institution wants to be recognized for in the long term, 5-10 years. And then mission explains how to achieve it. And PO describes the long term graduate success, how to 3 to 5 years, how exactly the graduate is going to contribute. Okay. Yeah. I'll complete this slide and there's the next. So I'll come to this course outcome in a while. This is just a summary of what we have learned so far. So vision defines the ultimate goal for the organization of the educational institution. Mission explains how do you accomplish that particular vision. By what means, how do you add value to various stakeholders. POs, long-term graduate success. What exactly the students will be, the graduates will be able to accomplish in 3 to 5 years after graduation. And POs define skills at the graduation level. And PSO, any specialization or as you mentioned, like MBA in waste management, MBA in social organization. For that, you can have the PSOs, program specific outcomes, and COs for each of the courses. Okay. So our focus will be on COs and the POs because COs are within the faculty control, and of course POs it is at the departmental level control or the MBA and other things if you have adopted. How to design the COs and how to map it and other things will be the subject matter for
upcoming sessions. So we'll start with writing effective COs after a break. So break is for 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 10 minutes. Okay, 10 minutes. We have half an hour and 1 hour lessons spent on how to write course outcome. This is going to be foundation. Yeah. So unlike vision and mission, about which we do not have any role to play, or we have a limited role to play, this is another control of faculty, a bunch of faculty handling the same course and the VOS members. So you can have complete control over this. This is going to form the foundation for your syllabus, foundation for your question paper pattern, I mean, from the content of the questions, and also the assessment metrics and other things. Okay, so yeah.
Additionally, how to we align our course outcome with our universities, that also we can.
Yeah. So this is the most critical skill in OBE, and here you are going to define what student will learn and how that learning is measured. So some of the essential characteristics of a CO. It should be measurable, observable, and it should be action oriented. So I'll so first and the foremost thing is what is measurable in the sense, like, you know, you have to have the metric or some sort of a rubric to measure that particular CO attainment. Okay, so for instance, understand is after the completion of this course, students will be able to understand. So how do you measure the understand? So that's quite vague and, like, you know, very difficult to interpret and also, like, you know, measure. So to the extent possible, use the words which are action oriented, which are observable, which are measurable. I will explain it with example in a couple of minutes. So another important framework that you have to use while creating a CO is this Bloom's taxonomy, and avoid the bottom two, like, you know, the wordings. Remember and understanding. So that's quite common. So if you look at the Bloom's taxonomy, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. Your CO should begin with the action group. Okay. After the completion of this course, student will be able to analyze. Student should be able to apply. Student should be able to create or design or evaluate. That's how your CO should be designed with the action group. The thing is, remembering and understanding is like it is implied. Only after they understand the concept, they will be able to apply it, able to analyze it, able to evaluate. So, to the extent possible, avoid bottom two wordings in your COs. If you include that in your CO definition, again, like, NBA people won't be happy, and also, like, you won't be able to come up with appropriate questions while filling the questions. Okay, so keep that in mind. The structure of a good CO, it begins with the action group. As I told you, apply, analyze, create, and evaluate. And then the content, that is the subject matter. And then the condition and criteria. This condition and criteria, these are all optional. If you want to include, it becomes much more precise. Many times, like, you might come up with a condition, but the criteria, it is implied. It is not going to be explicit. For example, analyze consumer behavior using relevant models to predict decisions. Here, if you have to look at analyze is the action verb, and consumer behavior is a content of the domain knowledge using relevant models. Okay, that's a condition. So students should be able to analyze, interpret consumer behavior using the relevant models discussed in that consumer behavior, and it should have certain purpose. That is the criteria. Criteria has a much more precise meaning. Like, it is about the level of accuracy that student can demonstrate whenever they do the analysis. So basically, it is not going to be explicitly mentioned in most of the course outcomes. But if you can come up with that explicit mentioning, it's good. Okay. So now let us try to understand the meaning of each of this analysis, this action group, content, condition, and criteria. So that's called as a AKCC framework given by IISc professor. So J.C. Rao is the person who actually, J.N. Rao or J.C. Rao, IISc professor. He has conducted extensive workshops on OBE, and he has come up with this AKCC framework. A stands for the action verb, and K is the content of the knowledge, and this is condition and the criteria. So you can use this AKCC framework to design your COs. So as I mentioned, this action word and knowledge component of the content is compulsory in any COs that you design, and condition and criteria, they are optional. Okay, so if it is present, it is really good, but there is no mandatory requirement. In way, people will not be punishing you if you are not including the content and the criteria. But if you include that, it becomes much more precise, your overall CO. So a structured approach to writing learning outcomes that clearly defines what a learner will do. Okay, this action, able to analyze, able to apply, able to create, able to evaluate. Those are all the actions, action verbs. On what knowledge? Is it on consumer behavior, organizational behavior, or the statistics, or the decision sciences? Under what circumstances? The context of the situations. Are you going to analyze the business environment? Are you going to analyze the organization factors? Are you going to analyze the individual personal factors? So this condition refers to the context, situation under which a student has to demonstrate that particular ability. And then criteria. There is, as I told you many times, you won't be able to come up with the criteria. Criteria is a level of performance. Okay, the accuracy with which the analysis happens, the accuracy with which a particular evaluation happens. Okay, so this particular framework, if you look at, so if you are saying on the evaluate, after the completion of this course, students should be able to evaluate relevant models, consumer behavior models. So what is the level of accuracy of that evaluation? So mainly this criteria framework fits perfectly with most of the engineering courses, because over the IEEE and couple of other organizations, they have defined the criteria on the level of accuracy for whatever students are creating. But in management science, we don't have anything like that. Okay. However, in order to define a particular CO has been attained, we are going to keep certain threshold. Okay, 60% of the students attaining 60% of the attainment of the score. So that will become the implied criteria. Okay, so at this point in time, you just remember that out of these 4 components, the first 2 are mandatory, the next 2 are optional. So action verb, these are all measurable and observable. They reflect the performance and not just understanding, not just remembering. So this is the reason why you have to come up with the higher Bloom's taxonomy, that is apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So analysis is all about breaking down a complex narration or a business situation into different components using the appropriate relevant framework, and demonstrate that they have proper understanding of that particular framework, and also they should be able to break down the components in a proper way. Evaluation comes at a higher level, you're going to look at the various options. Okay, you are going to weigh the various options, looking at the merits and demerits, pros and cons, and then the student will be able to choose a particular option, and they'll be able to justify why exactly they're going for that. To give you an example, if it is operations management, the location decisions. Okay, so a particular company would be looking for location. So you describe the merits and demerits of each one of those different locations. So students should be able to process that and recommend a particular choice based on a given framework. So they'll be engaging in some sort of evaluation. Design is they want to create. This is at the highest level. Okay, creation and design comes at the highest level. Maybe on the project report they submit for the organization study, or on the project report they do offer 3rd semester. That's their own creation. Their cases and other things, their own creation. They will choose a particular problem and industry problem, and then they identify the research objectives, and then they set the research objectives, then appropriate measures on the research methodology they will look at, and then they submit it. That's complete their creation. Similarly, you can ask them to create advertisement. okay, print advertisement and also the video advertisement, because tools are available to you. So you narrate a story and then like ask them to use ADA framework and create different advertisement for each of those stages to enable consumer to graduate through those stages. So depending upon the course content, you can come up with assignments which are oriented towards creation, design, and you can document that and apply it. The present knowledge it can be applied in different situations. So you can ask questions related to that, and these things should get reflected in your CO level itself. Okay, eventually those COs get translated into question in your question paper, and there will be alignment. So the next one is knowledge. So this is the subject matter, the domain knowledge. So whenever you define any CO, first you have to select the action verb, and then you have to switch towards the domain knowledge or the subject matter. So it defines the scope of learning essentially. Okay, so if you are using the action verb analyze or apply, what? Okay, the question this particular aspect should answer. To give an example, analyze consumer behavior, okay, in online context. Okay, so that analyze is the action verb, consumer behavior is the domain knowledge, and then the online purchasing behavior is the context. Okay, so like this you have to define or formulate COs. And as I told you, context it depends upon the the situation or the condition. So that refers to context, situations, or the tools that students should be able to apply that particular domain knowledge in a particular context or the situation. So it can be, the condition can be the tools. Okay, students should be able to analyze data using Power BI or Tableau or DemoV or Advanced Excel. Okay, so when I say condition refers to some sort of constraint. Okay, some sort of a limitation or some sort of a context or within a particular tool, using a particular tool, they should be able to offer a solution. So it refers to constraint, it refers to context, it refers to tools. To the extent possible, depending upon which aspect you need to highlight, you specify that. And then comes criteria, optional. As I told you, management science, so we do not have some sort of criteria for the level of performance in the accuracy. So there are no standards as such for decision making with regard to the level of accuracy of that particular decision. So it is more relevant for engineering discipline, that too not all discipline, couple of courses. But in our context, maybe you can use the purpose as a kind of the outcome of that particular analysis and the action verb and everything. You can map on to eventually what purpose, towards what end the student ability and their application and analysis is leading to. So if you want to include, you can include the purpose. So basically, criteria refers to how well a particular task has been done, how good is the depth of analysis. Okay, is it shallow analysis? Is it a deep analysis? Or is it a mediocre analysis or excellent analysis? So that is actually criteria. So this is implied actually. For management courses, this is implied because you'll be coming up with, in order to qualify a particular student has achieved a particular CO or not, you are going to come up with a threshold. Okay, it could be 60%, 65 or 70, depending upon your course and the history. So in most of the cases, criteria is going to be implied. Okay, if you skip this, there is no penalty or some sort of punishment. But if you can include somehow, if you can find the some sort of benchmarks, you can include that. So now let us see some of the weak outcomes and the good outcomes, the strong outcomes with regard to narration and articulation of COs. So in some of the courses, you will come across COs defined as after completion of this course, student will be able to understand consumer behavior. First of all, the action verb is understand, lower level, and measuring that becomes extremely difficult. Okay, so you will end up asking question, describe, explain, define. Okay, so if you are going to use that remember and understand, you are going to stay put at the bottom of that Bloom's taxonomy, and you won't be able to assess the higher level skill sets of the consumer, the students. So what happens is, as we discussed in the beginning, students will be having 80% of the marks on the marks card, but they won't be able to apply, analyze, and create anything original. Okay, so that's the reason why you have to be careful to include the higher level action verbs, starting with apply, then analyze, then evaluate, and then create. On the other hand, the same COs, if it has to be translated into EKCC framework, analyze consumer buying behavior using relevant models to predict purchase decision. Okay, so the moment you put analyze, there is some sort of first of all maps to the fourth level of Bloom's taxonomy, and it becomes measurable. Understanding means you explain, you will ask questions like describe. So anything they describe that's a relevant answer. Whereas here, the moment you put analysis, there is some sort of precision that is required in that analysis. Student has to invoke a particular framework, relevant framework, and then they have to demonstrate they have understood the concept, they are in a position to apply it, and also come up with a critical comment about that particular description of a particular question. So it becomes measurable, accessible, and you can clearly map the performance. Okay, this is the connection between the CO articulation and eventual questions and eventual attainment capability. So now let me go through 4 of the COs associated with consumer behavior. So let's assume that understanding consumer concept or delivering consumer concept is you want to convey that to the students. So weak CO would be understanding consumer behavior concepts. Again, understand is a lower level action mode. Okay, it comes at the lowest level, and also it is not enable for measurement, and you won't be able to come up with proper rubrics. Okay, so if you come up with a question like this, or write a short note and other things. On the other hand, a strong CO would be analyze consumer behavior using relevant pages to interpret purchasing decision. It could be interpretation, it could be prediction. Prediction becomes quite difficult because again, they have to come up with the model and data and other things. Interpretation can be done. Okay, it can be analyzed using the case studies, using the the detailed the questions which are in a form of a semi case state. Okay, so you describe a particular scenario in 3-4 sentences, and then ask consumer, the students to analyze that particular scenario using CV models or the theories. So here, if you were to break down this particular strong CO, this is an action verb. It begins with analysis. Okay, analyze. Then there is the content. Okay, subject matter or the domain knowledge, that is consumer behavior knowledge. The condition is using relevant theories. Okay, here it is not just random analysis. Okay, as per the needs and chances of a student or their understanding. They have to invoke the relevant theories and the frameworks when they are doing the analysis. Okay, so and then the criteria is so as I told you, criteria is actually in true sense of the term criteria. It is about the level of performance, the depth of analysis. So it can also be interpreted in some context. It can be also interpreted as a outcome. So after analysis of consumer behavior using relevant theories, what exactly the student has to demonstrate? They have to demonstrate their level, their ability to interpret purchasing behavior. Okay. So for instance, the question could be, why do consumer behave? Why do consumers prefer Apple iPhone despite it being too costly? Okay, so maybe one can invoke Maslow hierarchy of need and map it to esteem needs. Okay, or else we can frame it as there are various options available for consumers. They can go for 10,000 rupees mobile phone, which serves the basic functionality of making call, receiving call, sending message, receiving message, and then they can purchase Apple iPhone. It does the same thing along with a couple of other capabilities. But here is a consumer who basically uses mobile phone for making call and receiving call, and infrequently they might use it for receiving and sending the message. But the consumer is ready to pay 1,50,000 rupees for that particular iPhone. What would be the reason? Okay, they're not going to say that use Maslow's hierarchy of need as a lens and then analyze this. So you can come up with description of actual behavior and ask students to interpret it. The next module could be with regard to decision making process. So big CO could be know the consumer decision making process. Okay, like step 1, 2, 3, 4. Maybe there is like the 5-step identification of need, and then like the search for the information and evaluation of alternatives, purchase, post-purchase. The substandard framework for like the consumer decision making. But if you are going to define your CO as after completion of this course, student will be able to know the consumer decision making process. You will end up asking questions, describe the steps involved in consumer decision making, or explain the steps involved in consumer decision making. So there won't be any motivation or accountability for you to frame a proper question if you are going to stick to this big CO. A strong CO, if you want to translate this into a strong CO, apply the stages of consumer decision making process to real life buying situations. Okay, so a family earning so much of a family with a family income of couple of lakhs per year wants to purchase an apartment. Okay, so how do they arrive at the decision? Is it first of all like a high involvement decision or a low involvement decision, and then what are the types of consultation that happen within the family? So buying goal will come into picture. High level level of involvement, low level of involvement is coming into picture, and source of information would be from multiple sources. Okay, so student have to invoke all those things while spelling glance. So it won't be a direct question like what are the steps involved in decision making. Okay, so once that happens, student will start they will compare to think on all those things, all those lines, and integrate different pages to come up with a proper analysis. So here if you have to look at, if you break down this strong CO, it has the action verb that is apply, the content, the stages of consumer decision making process, the condition is real life buying situation. So condition is clearly mentioned, real life buying situation, and criteria is not explicitly mentioned but it is implied. So appropriate application in real life context, and as I told you, in case of management decisions or management education, coming up with the criteria for level or the depth of analysis is quite difficult. So by default, if you have defined 60% of the attainment, if you have set that as a threshold, that comes here. Okay, any student scoring less than that, for this particular second CO, that will be considered as lack of attainment. Okay. So if your objective is to write a CO along this particular theme, factor influencing consumer behavior, big CO is be familiar with factors influencing consumer behavior. So be familiar is what, right? You won't be able to assess it properly, and that action verb is at a very low level. So this is a specialization course. We expect students to have a higher level of proficiency or higher level of depth of understanding of concepts. So a strong CO, it has to be formulated for this particular theme, evaluate the impact of psychological, social, cultural factors in consumer buying behavior. Okay, so again, evaluate is a action verb, and the subject knowledge, if you have to look at, that is psychological, social, and cultural factors, and the condition is buying behavior. Okay, it's not understanding of cultural and social psychological factors in isolation. It is to be aligned with the consumer behavior context. Okay, and criteria is again implied. It is about depth and accuracy of evaluation. And the fourth CO could be with regard to marketing application. Okay, so a big CO, learn how marketing strategies influence consumer behavior. So very vague. A strong CO, if you translate this into strong CO, design. Okay, design is the action verb. Marketing strategies based on consumer behavior insights to improve the customer engagement. So this is the purpose, to improve customer engagement, and it is based, it has to be rooted in consumer behavior insights. Okay, so when this happens, there is a lot of responsibility on the faculty. Okay, they have to. It's not just about coverage of the syllabus. It won't be just about enabling consumer, the students to pass. So it's going to be will be like making an attempt to like develop students in such a way that like they become like they acquire all these abilities, and we will also start thinking about the similar kind of teaching strategies. Okay, and also like before you ask student to like come up with all these attainments, you have to yourself like demonstrate all those things, how to apply, how to evaluate, how to create. Okay, so one sample you are going to like design, and you give assignments to students to create the similar things. So they have to apply that knowledge in different domains, and they have to come up with the creation. Okay, so believe me, CV is one of the foundational courses in marketing management, and it is very abstract. Holding attention of students is quite difficult, but if you approach this with COs in mind, like you will also start enjoying the course, and also students will be appreciating the relevance of this course. Otherwise, like it is full of theories and full of papers, and some of the frameworks are too old, and student may not be able to understand those things or appreciate those things. So it becomes extremely like theory oriented and like defined describe oriented kind of evaluation. So this is about the CO development using the AKCC framework. And again, this is a synthetic framework. It hasn't been given by a single person as such. But I mean, say, this has been made popular by Mr. Rao of IISc, and it is based on like the various frameworks suggested by different people over a period of time. As on today, there is a consensus that any CO that you develop, it has to have the first two components compulsory. Okay, that is action group followed by domain knowledge, and then if you include condition, it is good. And like on the criteria are optional. Condition and criteria are optional, but include at least condition. Criteria is quite difficult in management sciences because we don't have a benchmark or some sort of a guideline what should be the level of analysis that the student has to demonstrate. So by default, implicitly, whatever threshold that you set for CO attainment, that becomes the level of accuracy of the criteria. Okay. Any doubt here, or if you have any concerns, you please raise with regard to CO formulation. Can you just look at the COs for your respective courses and then see if it is
Each course, how many COs will be?
So it depends on minimum 4, that's what they say, and 6 is the max. So some people what they do is they formulate COs along the modules. Okay, so in that case, it gets equated to the number of modules. If the course is designed such a way that there are 5 modules, it will have 5 COs, 6 modules, 6 COs. But minimum 4 is required. That's what the consensus is among the 6 courses. So there is no hard and fast rule that it has to be only 4 or only 6. So, but the thing is, typically what syllabus setters or the viewers number do is they come up with one unanimous number, 4 or 5. Like they would have come up with some sort of description saying that all the courses should have at least 5 modules or the exact 5 modules. And if they are also coming up with the instruction saying that the COs has to be designed module wise, you have 5. In some cases, what happens is COs are not aligning with the each module. Okay, for instance, here if you look at the last CO, especially the marketing application. Okay, so this integrates the information that is scattered in all the different modules. Okay, so you cannot have an exclusive module that talks about marketing application. And sometimes the 4th CO or the 5th CO could be about the teamwork. So you give the assignment in group, and then so you map it to a particular PO which talks about group setting and organization behavior in the team. So that particular CO will not match with any single isolated course. Okay, so it will have the knowledge component. Okay, the A and the K would be from the particular course, but it is not going to map to a single particular module. Okay. So, ma'am, somebody will
The same question I was about to ask, but you're all right. So when you come out to the COs, do you focus only on the cognitive domain, or do you focus on affective and psychomotor domain as well?
it has to be from the integrative.
It's a mix.
Yeah, it's a mix
So
of
any rules that saying that any course should have at least minimum 2 different domains that you believe just either cognitive, psychomotor, or cognitive affective domains?
See, especially like, that psychomotor part becomes extremely important in engineering sciences, mechanical and other things. So in our case, psychomotor,
Anything that goes with the practical lab kind of thing,
Yeah.
we can use the psychomotor. But is there any rule that says, any guideline that says that when you set up a COs, two questions, should you go for a topic learning outcome where each module you have one learning outcome which you call as a CO, then you have a difficulty in mapping COs to POs. Because then you end up in mapping all COs to all POs. Right? Instead, it is come up with a comprehensive assessment of the subject knowledge irrespective of the topic learning outcome. And then we call that as a course learning outcome. That is not a topic learning outcome.
yeah,
Then it makes sense to map that COs to the POs
yeah.
easier. And again, when you come up with the COs, should we assess only the cognitive knowledge of the students? Or are we going, is there any guideline that says that you have to come up with affective domain and psychomotor as well?
See, to the extent possible, like, if it is comprehensive, it is good, because like a person's behavior is the outcome of cognition, cognition, and their
It has to
affection.
be comprehensive,
Yeah, yes.
not
For
a
instance,
topic learning outcome.
Yeah, that's what like here if you have to look at again like I haven't brought the syllabus copy, like they are all scattered with each component here. They map onto the topics are scattered in different modules.
There is no guideline which says that the COs that when you frame it, it has to be like that. Apart from your Bloom's taxonomy, the levels, and you start with apply, level 1 to 3. There are actually 9 levels if I'm not mistaken. And is there any guideline which says if it is an undergraduate degree, that levels 1 to 3 should be enough? If it is a PG, master degree, then the level should start from 3, 4, 5, not 1 and 2.
Again, there is no single manual. Yeah,
Guidelines.
there are no guidelines, and also like among the experts there is no consensus. Okay, I have encountered like the various questions during 3 cycles of MBA, each one suggesting and contradicting themselves if I want to look at. Or whenever we are in the preparation of MBA and we are running the mock presentation, within our institution, different experts have different opinion. Okay, all those things we have encountered.
Faculty like us.
Sorry, no?
They are also faculty like us. Those experts are also faculty
uh-huh,
like us,
yeah,
so they have
yeah.
their own doubts and their own.
The problem is all the experts are coming from engineering background. Okay, there's something called as education. Okay, so BA education, I think it starts from the PU level itself. There's a course called as education, and similarly BA and MA and even PhD. Arlington University, if you look at, they offer like PhD and master's degree, education and development. So typically, like those people should be defining all these things. Okay, so the problem is in consultation with, of course, the course teachers.
Subject experts.
Yeah, subject experts. But the thing is, like our own understanding of psychology and the underlying teaching learning courses, and then the psychological principle underlying this particular courses are quite weak among the engineering, and those are the people who are claiming themselves as experts and they have their opinion. So, coming back to your question, ma'am, like typically, like you assess, you are the better judge. For instance, I mentioned teamwork. Okay, so Stuart, here for instance, it can be formulated as students should be able to design marketing strategies based on the consumer insights in group. Okay, so when I say the condition, put a condition that through group assignment they have to create a marketing plan. Group has a dynamics. Okay, automatically the emotional quotient and the emotional elements are captured in that. Okay, many times you would come across a situation where if it's a group assignment and there are 5 students involved, 1 or 2 students would be having complaint like the other group members are not cooperating, we have contributed more and we require more marks and other things. So over there, automatically the emotional part and other things are getting baked in. Okay, so they have to figure out ways and means to cope up with the different people and also elicit the cooperation. So if you can come up with the rubrics for teamwork and the team spirit and other things by evaluating, so that will take a portion of emotion into consideration. So any doubts here? Yeah, K level impacts on course like C, K level or entry level uni students.
K level
Specialization at PG level.
Okay.
Suppose if they taken for PG research and portfolio management, they may be studying the first time. So how do we can differentiate K level 1, 2, 3, 4 months taxonomy? How do we map it with C with the action rate?
Action of like in the case of UG, perhaps like you can include like at a lower level. This is
So lower level K1, K2 is it okay for
yeah. The thing is at the end of the day, like these are all subjective in nature. If you can justify like it's okay, but at a master's degree, like they typically insist that avoid, remember, and understand. Okay, you can start from understand. Remember again, like it doesn't make sense.
So in our syllabus wise and the scheme wise, we have section 8 for 1 day.
Okay. Yeah, in that case, like, you can use remember and understand. Okay. But the thing is, the moment you are saying like the apply, design, evaluate, you are assuming that student can be able to like remember, understand. Okay, so there is a subset of like the higher level the verbs, action of the use. So if this is again a problem, like one of the important problem is we are autonomous, but we are affiliated with certain university. University has its own guideline with regard to question paper pattern. So I will tell you like our one difficulty. We are affiliated with VTU and Vishweshwara Technological University. They have a pattern of question paper. 3, 7, 10. Okay, so for each question, like the main question is for 20 marks, and it has 3 components: 3 marks, 7 marks, and 10 marks. So 3 is like what can you do? Like you can ask questions which are oriented towards remembering and defining the things or describing the phenomena. You can't ask like any analytical questions in for 3 marks. 7 and 10 marks, they can accommodate questions like apply and analyze. So for 3 marks, like it is going to be based on like on the descriptive terms like describe, explain, or define. So that is definitely like it doesn't resonate with whatever I am saying here. But we are working under the VTU or like a particular university constraint. Okay, under such circumstances, like we have to ask the questions. Okay. So again, like there's each institution, autonomous institution, they are not completely autonomous. They are accountable and they are being controlled by a number of entities, and there is no consensus among those a number of entities. Okay, that's the real problem, and that's where you have to deal with it. But nevertheless, whatever internal component that you hold, like exercise, like your rights or administration, your internal, for internal assessment, you align according to these things. So assignments and other things you can align with this higher level taxonomy and talk about the skills. Other questions?
So you said that there has to be minimum of 4 COs.
Yeah, typically, again, there are no hard and fast rule, there is no manual.
No,
It is all based on the the knowledge that is prevalent in the ecosystem.
Understand. Is it the same for the lab practical courses?
Yeah. Like again, like the lab practical, like can you give an example for Tableau and
Yeah, spreadsheet application is one of it, and generative AI for managers is one of it. So can you just, because for spreadsheet we don't have 3 COs, so I'm just. And when it comes to the point of with the lab practicals, it has to go on only with the.
So what are those PCs?
Prepare spreadsheet models and analyze data is the first one. Prepare dashboards is the second one. Recommendations using a spreadsheet is the third
So it's exclusively based on your Excel.
Would you like to have a?
But if it is exclusively with regard to Excel,
So here we can bring up designs.
Design.
Designs you have on. That's what I want to know. It's the number of credits you use for
and how many
Yeah, for practical they will get it. But I think no credit justifies that. Yeah, but prepare spreadsheet model and
The same way critical courses is good variation and features that we have
yeah, since credit is going also tool. And again, yeah. So I mean, it's like
My question is it the same for the lab practicals? Is it the same for the continuous assessment? Because these two are continuous assessments. While in
no,
internal-
even for like the other normal smoke process can be doing continuous simulation. But it's completely like based on the practicals. Yeah, considering the completely. So again, it all depends upon your external rules. Those who are part of this syllabus formulation. So in our context, like once they give us the condition that like uniformly there has to be a syllabus from the process. So based on that, they can be again it is also because I think it's not yes. Just try out and most of those students are going to look for it. So again, because there is no hard and fast rule that syllabus has been defined like this. And most importantly, have people ever come across like the IIM, A or ABC or even the IITs, COs and POs and all those mapping and their syllabus? Okay, so these those premium organizations, even in the private domain, like some of the premium organizations like Pixar, you go and look at their syllabus. Some people have given like the clear-cut COs, course outcomes. Other people have just described like the course objectives they have mentioned. Some other people none of those things, just like on the title and the credit and the content. And one common thing among all those people is like they have clearly mentioned which textbook to refer and which chapters, the page numbers, reading everything. I think that makes much more sense than this. But the thing is, like we are aiming for MBA and other accreditation. If you tell all these things to our decision makers, they will not listen to us. Okay, and even like a couple of international accreditation agencies, like they don't insist on this. They want to see the real impact on the ground. What is your placement rate? How are you already doing? The information they have occupied over the years. So the hard metric which cannot be disputed. Since we are not there, like we are being burdened with these things. Let us accept again. Okay.
So again, this lab practical courses, measuring the effectiveness a bit harder, I believe, because cognitive and cognitive might be a measurable one with these kind of practicals.
Yeah, number is rational, right?
So we cannot,
So there is no scope for detail.
Yeah.
The moment you are going in the direction of the very idea for data-driven decision is to become much more objective in your analysis and evaluation.
so cognitive and cognitive.
So the moment you are talking about emotion, it is about heuristics, it is about subjective, and it is like lacks the object. So especially for data-driven courses, specifically using all these tools, it is much more accurate. Okay, so like, of course, you will be missing that emotional component.
So though it is not explicitly mentioned, it's fine.
Yeah. Any other query?
So let's say I'm revamping the course outcomes. What is the approach which you would suggest? Do you want us to look at the book first and then come up with the COs and then make the syllabus? Which is the order which will work best?
No, typically if you have to look at the process, like the BOS is syllabus changing and all, there's a BOS, formal body. They have to approve your syllabus at the end of the day. So, one is stakeholder consultation. So, complete your like the graduates who have passed out recently, because they will be like aware of the recent trends and also some of the gaps they will be able to highlight it. So, like when I say recent graduates, like 1 to 5 years. Okay, not immediately graduates. And then also one thing, and also look at the Coursera and edX. Okay, because similar course is being offered by edX and Coursera. Over there you will find the various courses and the assessment methods and content. If you have enrolled for those courses, then you get in the content. And then third important thing is textbooks. Like it's a good idea because the student will have access to that particular reading material. But on the other hand, most textbooks don't get revised quite frequently. And even when they revise, the improvement is going to be quite marginal. So sometimes the most recent advances can be found in the literature. So if you can locate any of the landmark papers, especially the top 5 journal you take in your area, and you keep following that any area of literature that has appeared and encompassing these important emerging themes. So you can download the paper and get an interpret those components. But go to that, if you get convinced with the value of that particular paper, you can include those components. This is how the things can. So it's a kind of like there is no one standard courses. So you can get the content and get the ideas from all these activities, and then based on your comfort with those ideas, you can improve it. For instance, in my area, consumer behavior people look at customer journey is a recent idea. None of the recent textbooks are talking about it. Okay, so the established this one. So, but that's a very good I would say very current topic. So I have downloaded the paper, appeared in Journal of Marketing, almost 50 journal, and I have incorporated a portion of that in my. Okay, so for instance, in the very first module, we are talking about the evolution of CV. I was talking about the different orientation of the how exactly this marketing concept evolved, right, into the production, product, selling, and marketing concept. And then it moves in the direction of customer satisfaction, relationship marketing, customer relationship marketing, and then customer engagement. And as in today, it is about customer experience. So omnichannel and other things are aligned with this customer experience. That cannot be found in any single textbook. So I downloaded that paper and offered it to students, and also a portion of that has been included. And again, I did not come across that from the stakeholder consultation. Okay. So most of our students were not aware of it. Some of the students, even they got that title, customer experience, okay, managing. But the thing is, they were not aware of it. There was a fancy title, maybe some HR people would have given that job title. But the nature of job was mostly the relationship domain. So again, it all depends upon your level of engagement with the tools. Any other question? So you ask me.
Yes, I have a different type of evaluation system for 100% CFF and 50-50 marks and 75 various type of evaluation system. And the internal assessment also different. And how we can think that how much commonality among the all type of variations on the internal assessment system.
Okay, I'll come to that after mapping and alignment. There is a measurement.
Yes, so doing that assessment wise, we can make the difference in the same program. For one university, have a different type of course outcome they can really achieve. Even some other universities have different type of course achieved. How we can evaluate the overall in India, if you take in the students' employability, overall, how we can maintain the overall standard of achievement. That is our question. What kind of scientific system we can follow?
So again, attainment level, whenever NBA visits some person they go at attend. Okay, we are being about attainment and after that. So what I'm trying to say is, do that for accreditation purpose. But for internally, you know for sure what is the level of attainment.
So scientific, do you have any other scientific way of evaluating internal assessment system for equality, and equally we can evaluate these students' performance by conducting any internal assessment? Do you have any other scientific?
It's all about
other than role playing, PowerPoint presentation, case study presentation. Because all
those are the means to which student will be able to demonstrate that they have acquired the knowledge and they can apply it.
designing ways, creativity ways, we can.
So ultimate test will remain with their ability to demonstrate in the real
time in the real world.
Yes.
Okay, if they have their own business, like, can they apply these concepts and then like, improve their business? Or else if there is a like, some MSME looking for solution for the problem, if our student can go there, do the like, analysis and then
Once you started creating this platform, you can.
that's the ultimate test. Okay, that's there they can demonstrate their skill sets. But that's quite difficult with like, for students and also the ecosystem in which we are.
Ecosystem, because the faculty
See,
will
we don't have a platform which actually like, enables us to connect the MSME people or the, the industry and the students. Okay. For instance, I was discussing with one of the Canadian professors. They have a platform. It is similar to Uber and Uber. It is like our Uber or Ola platform. Okay. So Uber connects consumer with the like, the cab drivers. In a similar way, there are platforms in Western context where it connects the university students with the industry. Okay, anybody who is interested in some solution, they can post their question or query or their requirement in a particular portal, and the portal is accessible to faculty and the students. So students would be like, if a particular teacher is like, he has designed a particular course regarding that particular domain, they will connect the students. They will ask students to go and like look into the matter and like, come up with the proposal. And rest of the semester they have to be associated with that task, and they have to give the solution. And it is going to be evaluated by the entrepreneur and also the enterprise of the entrepreneur and also the faculty. So that's the ultimate learning outcome assessment. Those are real problem solving skills. Yes.
So for UG level, areas we have because they have the basic level of understanding the concepts and how we can conduct any assessment method except that internship or any startup project. Other than that, we have recommended any other system for assessment.
So these are the typical like, tools that we have: written examination, the classic way, or like the assignment, and simulation of a particular business scenario, okay, and then the case studies.
Do you have recommend any applications or mobile applications? Any mobile applications?
Again, it depends on the context. Like, I'm not sure. Maybe if it is like you're teaching like this investment portfolio analysis and all this. So like yeah, I think like the prediction or which stock is performing well, considering the various constraints, like the regression models and other things. So again, like they will deal with the real data. Okay, real data, and they will be applying various like the models. Okay, and that is closest you can get in the course. In case of consumer behavior, like we ask them to go and like conduct a focus group discussion and generate the insights. Others we will give the dummy data and ask them to do the analysis and generate the consumer insights. So actual like the outcome they have to demonstrate, which is happen only in the field. This is all proxies. These are all like the approximate way of like, assessing the things. It has like the various lacunas of deficiencies, but we do not have any other outcome. So any other question?
Sir, is there any structural for
Again, this is all based on the expert's opinion. Okay, I think, see again, I could not locate a single book or a manual which is authentic and which is being followed by all the the institutions, or like even NBA is quite sketchy in its like the narration, what are the requirements. There is no hard and fast rule like it has to be only 4 credits or for 4 credit goes only 4 COs or something like that. So it is completed the discussion of that particular viewers and the faculty. Okay. So but the thing is, whatever you do, there has to be justification. Any other questions? But again, we are operating in an ecosystem which is quite complex. Different stakeholders and the different evaluators, they have their own perception and their own philosophy. And absence of consensus is clearly it is quite visible.
okay, within the organization, outside the organization, at the regulation level. To give a simple example, we had a course called Descriptive Statistics and Data Visualization. The content was based on the stakeholder consultation. It was all about statistical analysis using the advanced Excel and then converting that into picturization of the visualization using Power BI and this Tableau. So for class, it was conducted in the lab using computers, hands-on. That was perfect. But when it comes to assessment, we had to conduct the theory examination. Just imagine theory examination for Tableau, Power BI and Excel.
We are also sitting on the stage.
And the major constraint for that was VTU required us to if you are coding that course as a practical, per batch you cannot have more than 25 students. 20 was the previous, now 25. So 20 was this one. So we did not have that many classrooms in the first place. And also we were running short of faculty to create so many batches. So instead of offering it as a practical course, we offer it as a theory course. Now once you offer it as a theory course and if you show that in the syllabus, obviously you have to stick to the again video guidance that there has to be 3-hour examination for the final assessment. It was painful to formulate a question paper for that particular course, and also it was painful for the students. And whatever marks they got, it was completely irrelevant. Okay, if you take simple example of Excel, there are 100 different ways of arriving at the same solution using different formulas. Even we as an instructor, we wouldn't be aware of all those advanced the different ways of arriving at the same solution. So these are some of the practical constraints within which we have to operate. And I was teaching that course at that time, and I was lucky to have a HOD who was not too much rule bound. And the negotiation was I conduct all the internal tests using the practical exams, okay, and then the final examination it was conducted in theory mode. So some adjustment you have to make. Okay, wherever it is not possible to convince the external stakeholders the university people, just follow the norms, but internals is completely under your hand. Over there, ensure that you are using the appropriate assessment tool and the metrics, the rubrics. So can we take a break?
Good afternoon. So, in this session, I will take you through mapping, alignment, assessment, and then measures taken out of our assessment, what to do and what to do the course correction, if there is a lack of alignment. So that would be the subject matter for next class. So once you design the COs using the AKCC framework, and again I'm telling you that's not the only framework, but that's the most cited and most used framework at the MBA accreditation level. And if there is any superior framework that you come across like now, and if it is having relevance for your course, you please use that. But MBA people will require that particular framework. So now, once you design the COs, the next important thing is you have to map it or align it with the POs. Okay, as I told you, POs typically like all MBAs what we are doing is we are following the MBA POs, but that's not the only option that you have. If you can come up with your own POs based on your course curriculum and the requirements based on your viewers meeting and the stakeholder consultation, you can design your own POs. But whatever POs that you design, it has to be justified. It has to be each faculty or each member of that particular department, they should be able to clearly articulate those POs and also justify that why exactly those POs were modified or why they have the POs which are not in alignment with the MBA. So the thing is, each course contributes to various POs, and you have to have some sense of that alignment, some sense of the correlation between the COs for each course and the POs. So each course and the COs for each course, they should contribute to some of the POs, and you cannot have some COs which are not mapping to any of the POs. Okay, so let's assume that you have come up with CO 1, 2, 3, 4, and CO 4 is not getting aligned with the 5 POs described by NBA or the 7 POs that we have created for yourself. So that should not happen. The thing is, there has to be mapping, and every course must contribute something for the POs. Okay, typically what happens is a single course may contribute for 3 or 4 POs, sometimes for only 1 PO. It doesn't matter, but nevertheless, it should not be instance of isolated COs or isolated course which is not mapping to any of the POs. So this alignment is important because at the end of the day, your lecture, your teaching method, and the strategy is going to be based on your COs, and that each class should contribute something for attainment of PO or towards the attainment of PO. So ensure that the CO is aligned with at least 1 PO. Okay, so don't discuss some CO using the AKCC framework and then leave it unmapped to any of the POs. That should not happen.
Excuse me, I know you.
Yes, ma'am.
Whether one CO can be mapped to more than 1 PO?
Again, ma'am, I'll make it the instances there was one school of thought last year when we applied for MBA. We went ahead with 1 CO, 1 PO. Okay, and COs, a single CO should not map to multiple POs. That was the idea based on which we did it. But MBA inspectors or the regulators who visited our campus, they questioned that. They questioned and they contradicted us saying that how can you say that how can a single CO is mapping onto only 1 PO? It should be distributed to multiple POs. That was their observation. Okay, that was their observation. And also this time the university the syllabus model
The problem when you map one CO with multiple PO is this CO with PO1, what level of assessment in this CO is which is with respect to that PO1? How much is it? 20%, 30%, 40%? How about the other PO? Then the questions also you have to differentiate to assess PO1.
Yes.
What is the question that you are asking? To map the PO2, what is the question that is getting too much of competition?
Yes. And also I was going to Anna University because your institution is affiliated with Anna University. Great syllabus I went to. All COs to all POs. There is not a single cell that is empty like matrix between CO and PO. and everything is about 2 and 3. Because MBA people usually say that it has to be about 2. If it is 1, you drop it. So that could be the the thought process behind that particular thing. And I was surprised it is not one course. All the courses, all the COs, all the POs are mapped. And the core strength is like I'm saying the strength of correlation is 2 and 3, not even the 1. Okay. So I really don't know how are they, and also syllabus COs if you have to look at. There's good amount of overlap between one CO and the other. Let me open that. Okay. The thing is again there's absence of consensus. Each people, each expert has their own justification for whatever they know and prescribe for us. So the thing is, conceptually speaking, a single PO should go to a single PO. Okay. I think the logic behind all the CO, PO and questions etc. is similar to that of if you come from the psychometric background. Okay, we have used it. No. Okay. So technically speaking, it makes sense to map CO to one CO to one PO. So multiple alignment is quite problematic. Okay. So if you come from the psychometric background, typically what happens is if you assign CO to multiple POs, it is a particular item getting aligned with multiple concepts. Okay. So if you apply the sound principles of psychometry, it becomes problem. But let us not get into those the nuances. The thing is, if you have the destination to the power to map the COs, typically it comes from the university. But if you have the autonomy and true autonomy, then ensure that a single CO goes to a particular PO. Don't map it to multiple POs. That is because you'll be asking one question to assess a CO, and if it is getting mapped to multiple POs, then it becomes quite difficult. So yeah.
So this is a common syllabus.
Yeah.
We want to see the one with the multiple views.
That is exactly what I'm trying to say. Even Anna University, like on the model syllabus is like that.
Yes.
So again, like now it's quite tricky because most of the MBA evaluators who are coming from non-Anna University might like an object this. On the other hand, if you don't follow this, if Anna University people come as IIT experts, they might object it. But the thing is, if you apply the logic, like this is going to be quite difficult to defend. For instance, one PO is talking about ethical leadership, and the third one is talking about like the data analytics. How many questions are you going to ask in your decision sciences or business statistics about ethical leadership? They won't be in correlation. Okay, so there has to be conceptual congruence, conceptual overlap between the COs and the POs. Okay, and that congruence might vary based on the strength of congruence. Like you will be giving like on the moderate or the high level or the low level of correlation. So mapping single CO to all the POs is quite difficult
So
to defend.
is there any specific values like that? Normally what is about 2.5 the average?
So again, that strength, it has to translate into the number of questions asked or the number of assignments given, the weightage for that particular marks, all those things. And then I can put it again, threshold has to be dependent. So if you are putting it as low correlation, less than 10% or 15%, and moderate maybe 20 to 25%, and remaining the high level of correlation. Typically 40% is above, and sometimes they insist on 50%. So that has to be discussed among the faculty and taken upon. So when you map it to everything, where they might ask a single question. You have taught business statistics, and you have mapped it to ethical leadership. You show me one question which talks about which is mapped. If you have put it as two, they expect you to have ask some questions or some assignments should map onto that.
Some theoretical aspect, maybe restricts about ethics.
Yeah. So that's quite difficult actually. That's quite difficult. So typically, the quantitative papers and the qualitative papers, the amount of overlap is really okay. And let's assume a hypothetical scenario you have mapped it like this, and evaluator definitely will ask a question. Show me your business statistics, all question papers, internal and the final examination, and also your assignments in the rubrics associated data. And show me where it is getting mapped to ethical leadership or.
Maybe if it's a theoretical paper, then this
Again,
can go
some of the theoretical paper, there wouldn't be any data-driven decisions. Okay, it is qualitative data, but if you want to define it like that, there is some sort of scope. But even then, when we say analytical ability, objective, decision making based on the data and other things you'll be in trouble. Can show me one assignment within the students have applied a particular the regulation or whatever appropriate statistical tool to make this particular issue. So some of the corporate governance in business ethics, completely theory, qualitative judgments. So it's difficult to defend such mapping. So if you apply the common sense, you can find the fault in this particular method. So this alignment is important because it will ensure the purposeful teaching, and also it will connect the courses to graduate competencies, and also it will support accreditation requirements. If you don't do this diligently, there is a problem. Okay, you might encounter that problem a couple of years later. You might make that mistake now, and you will be held accountable after 3 years when you apply for the MBA. Okay, so as I told you, but again, you have to take a call because we don't know who is going to be part of that MBA team. Okay, so somebody who has suggested this to Anna University, all COs to all POs, and if that person is a part of that MBA expert committee visiting the institution, they might object why exactly this is not being connected to other. So I really don't want to suggest anything, but I go with the established practices based on my interaction with the 3 cycles of the MBA that happened in our institution. What they clearly mentioned, and again, this time, as I told you, they were asking why exactly one-on-one mapping, why not the CO is mapped onto a couple of other POs. So Again, all these things are gray areas. So now let us get into the typical mapping process. First of all, identify all the course outcomes. List down all the courses that you are offering for first semester, second semester, third semester, and also like on the COs associated with that particular course, each of the courses. Marketing management, if you have 4 course outcomes, list that particular 4 outcomes. And similarly, like on the OB, so 4 or 5, whatever, like on the number, you list on that. And then like those teachers have to sit together, all those who are teaching marketing subject, all those who are teaching OB subjects, they sit together and make a qualitative judgment, like about the amount of correlation, the amount of congruence between that CO and the PO. Okay, so again, this is going to be like quite subjective. It is based on the judgment of all the participants in that process, all the faculty who are member of that particular process. The thing is, they have to deliberate, they have to like discuss among themselves, and typically if there are more than 2 people, like 3 or 4 faculty members teaching that course, if they should sit together, obviously like they won't be like simultaneous concurrence or like the consensus. There is there bound to be some sort of a differences, and they have to discuss among themselves and iron out the differences and like come up with a consensual mapping of the correlation. The discussion will clear a lot of doubts, especially senior faculty can like give a lead for the noise of the new entrants. And the thing is, all the faculty members who are handling that particular course should be on the board. Okay. So link that CO to relevant keywords. Again, it's going to be subjective based on the experience and dealing with that particular subject. And assign the correlation level as high, medium, and low. Okay, this is what that in the matrix of COPO you will see like at the bottom of that syllabus as 3, 2, and 1. So 3 means high correlation, 2 means medium correlation, 1 means low correlation. Typically MBA people they say that like if it is low, like don't indicate that and don't ask any question related to that at an MBA level. Okay, because typically they map onto like things like describe and define and other things. So like stick to 2 and 3, that's what they say, some of the MBAs. But otherwise, like there is no harm in sticking to this particular correlation levels, D, 2, and 1. And how do they arrive at it? As I told you, based on the judgment. Okay, so all the people who are teaching that course, they have to sit together and then like look at the POs, look at their own course outcomes, and then they have to take a call. So eventually, once you determine the level of correlation, you have to come up with a COPO matrix. Typically, it looks like this. Okay. Again, like as ma'am told, like here the CO1 is mapping to 2 for illustration purpose. This is based on recent interaction with the MBA experts. Previously, like if you were to look at and show another Excel sheet, wherein like it is only like one CO with any one of the POs. Okay, and that the strength could be 3, 2, 1, doesn't matter. But each CO like should go to only one PO. That's how we had maintained the files. But they insisted that it can be mapped onto multiple POs. But these are some of the mistakes that you should avoid. Don't map all COs to all POs. And that's the exact mistake that I was looking at. So this is based on this which university?
Harvard University of MBA, independent PhD tests.
Okay.
We trained this syllabus and we mapped the PO and CO.
Okay.
So here we have 12 PSOs. And then
POs.
POs
are 12 and
PSOs are
we mapped the
COs.
For
So,
each module we developed one CO.
so as per this thing, we can conclude that we are not supposed to map every single
every
PO.
CO. That's wrong.
That's my question, sir. Like, they say that this value should be about 2.5 when we take
Yeah,
a
I'll come to that. So map CO to PO only when it is meaningful and avoid meaningful or meaningless mapping. The thing is, whatever it is, you should be able to define that correlation. Whatever number you are putting in that particular matrix, you should be able to judge. And also, you will be answerable
than MBA or any other accreditation of the things. And also like first of all, you should be convinced about that matrix and like the correlation. So as I put it the example, business statistics and ethical leadership, there is a connection. I mean, say there could be connection that we can come up with, but the thing is, that's going to be extremely weak correlation, and you wouldn't be asking any questions related to that. Okay, so eventually, like it becomes extremely difficult for you to defend. And also, let's assume a hypothetical scenario. Give the MBA. If your students, of course, they don't go into all these things. They out of curiosity, they come and ask you a question, what is this matrix? I want to know and explain this and it's going to be a little bit embarrassing or it's going to be extremely embarrassing. Okay, so avoid all meaningless correlations and the mapping. Stick to only those things which you can defend that appeals to your common sense based on many years of experience you have acquired some sense of that particular subject, and that should drive your correlation. Common mistakes: mapping every CO to every PO, inflated high correlation. Again, both the mistakes I could find in the National University syllabus, and no justification for mapping, and it leads to weak accreditation outcomes. Many people will question. You might say that by doing this, what happens is you're going to artificially inflate the attainment levels, and you'll be under the impression that I have attained all the scores, but eventually you won't be any takers for such the outcomes. Accreditation experts will question. So any doubt here? So there are two things here. One is PO. So PO you can at the organization level you can count with your own PO, or if you are aiming for MBA accreditation, like they have defined POs for MBA course or management course. 5 POs, you can retain that. In addition to that, if you want to add, you can add proper justification. Yes, ma'am. So any questions here? If you do not have any question, I move on to the next one. Hope all of you understood this 3, 2, 1.
Maybe take up an example from any subject
Yeah.
of yours.
Yeah.
Guys, list out the POs.
Yeah.
Then list out the COs for the subject and see how the mapping has been done. On what basis the mapping has been done.
So this is how the final output will look like, and this is what you are going to prepare. I'll come to this slide. I'm going to come to these concepts in a while. So if you have to look at MOB, this is a typical first semester course, and the first PO in case of MBA is students should be able to apply management principles and practices for business decision making. So there was a course on MOB, and the first the CO of that MOB is the principle and practices of the management. Okay, introduction to management is the first module, and principles and practices. Student will be able to apply principles and practices for decision making. So the correlation was very high. So the 3 we have put, and eventually the 3 correlation translated into asking questions which carries this much weightage, the higher number of questions based on that. So and similarly CO3 in that MOB it mapped on to PO1. But if you have to look at here, again there is one mistake, or previously CO2 has been mapped to multiple POs.
Can we take what is the CO3, which is mapped to PO1 and PO2, right?
Okay.
Can you know what is the CO3
Yeah.
and what is the PO1 and PO2? Let's see whether the mapping makes sense or not.
Yeah. So PO3 was about ability to develop value leadership, and then like UOB that was backed on to CO3. So look at here.
Can we zoom in a little bit? Thank you.
CO3, nature of value-based leadership skills required to manage team effectively in order to achieve the organization objectives. Again, like the action verb is missing. That's like a mistake. But nevertheless, student will be able to apply value-based leadership skills to manage their team effectively. That should have been the this one. So this is about value-based leadership skill, and that's why it is mapped onto that PO3. Okay, so you want to look at here. So CO3, that is value based, and that is coming on to, yeah, it is a mistake here, just a minute. It should be here. Okay, so if you look at CO3 is coming here, and also the one. Okay, so but value-based leadership is the focus, so like put is there. And so PO3 is about of NBA is all about like the PO is about value-based leadership, and even the CO has been defined using the value-based leadership. Use that word file. Yeah. So apply the value-based leadership skills required to manage team effectively in order to achieve the organizational objective. That's a CO, and that is mapping on to PO that is specifically about value-based leadership. So the idea here is at the end of the day, whatever CO that you have articulated. Sorry, ma'am?
What is the PO3?
Yeah, PO3.
Map there.
So PO3 is about, that's again a NBA articulated PO that we have adopted regarding modification.
There is a column letter in the P1 in the table.
Just a minute. Yes.
This is from the NBA. We have kept 5 NBA, POs as per the NBA. We did not make any alteration. Okay, so clearly they have mentioned ability to develop value-based leadership and also.
PO3 is relevant to map to PO3 only, not for PO1.
Yeah, that was a mistake. That is there. But nevertheless, again, just so the faculty choice, and she could able to defend she entered that particular data. But what I'm trying to say is, ensure that you see the strength. You can easily look at your COs. What is the important theme that has been emphasized here, and also look at the POs. There has to be alignment. That's the
So
whole
why
idea.
is it not there into PO5?
Which one?
PO5.
The ability
It talks
to-
about the team.
Yeah, it also comes with the achievement with regard to organizational
No,
goals.
it's with the team collaboration because that CO was actually pointing towards this.
Yeah. Maybe based on this one only, NBA people insisted that it has to be it has to spill over to multiple POs. Okay. So the thing is again, this is where the CO articulation becomes extremely important. If you make any errors in the CO articulation, it will spill over to even PO mapping, CO mapping, and eventually when it comes to assessment. Okay. But as I told you,
the feedback given by the latest information that I have received from the MBA experts is a single CO can be aligned with or assigned to multiple POs. Okay, not with the same level of intensity of motivation or the strength. It could be like a 3 to 1 any one level. So maybe based on this only they would have given a suggestion. I'm not sure. So once you map, the next important step is choosing the appropriate teaching strategy. So lecture method is not equally effective for attending all the COs. Sometimes you have to resort to lecturing, other times you have to take the case studies. Sometimes you have to ask the student to carry on a mini project. So you'll be giving that in the form of assignment. And also flip classrooms or the role playing or the simulation. So that is highly individualistic, which faculty would be comfortable using, they would be having strength in terms of using different mechanisms, the different the options. So the thing is, at the end of the day, students should learn something. Okay, they should learn or acquire that ability as stipulated in the COs. So what you do, it doesn't matter, but you have to achieve that particular objective. So we should make students to imbibe that competencies and capabilities, and they should contribute for CO attending. So here, the entire focus is learning experience and outcome. So you can't say that I have completed the syllabus, I use the case studies, I use the demonstrations, I've made the student to participate in role play. But all of that at the end of the day should translate into some observable and that should be observable in the students, in the competencies. So already we have discussed it in the morning. Traditional lecture-based, passive learning and teacher-driven. Whereas here we saw about student, make them learn whatever you're teaching. So why this particular shift matters is because outcome requires demonstration, not memorization, and student must apply, analyze, create. So that is your action verb in your COs. So that needs to be fulfilled. And learning must be engaging and experiential. So that happens typically in the case of case study. But again, there are various constraints within which you are operating. Especially if you have, if you are selecting the students based exclusively on merit, perhaps all those case studies can be executed really well, but we operate in a private sector. So in our case, 50% of the seats are through management quota, and we do not have any control over selection or their intake. Okay, so intake process. So we can't ensure to allocate the level of recruitment of students, but within whatever background from which they come, which is the strategy that they can use to figure it out, and then they can attempt to deliver the content and make student capable. For instance, case study makes sense only when all the students are enthusiastic, curious, and willing to participate. If people don't participate, it becomes extremely difficult. And also this fifth classroom and other things, it is going to work only when students are applying the results. Okay, we give a particular topic to prepare and come prepared with the material, and they never heed to your advice or suggestion. It becomes difficult. Okay, then automatically you will fall back to teaching method. So then with regard to presentations, nowadays they are using the AI to generate the content and come and read. Okay, so at least there is nothing wrong in using the AI, provided they have some sort of clarity. And believe me, accessing information is quite easy nowadays. So perhaps you can enable them to do the appropriate prompting, and also asking the follow-on questions based on the content that is generated and thrown by the AI. So this is going to be quite difficult if the students are inherently less motivated and they do not have clear-cut vision for themselves, and they would have enrolled for the MBA program just because of compulsion rather than volition. So the thing is, there has to be demonstrable competence and capabilities, and they should be able to meet all these rules on the higher end
uh, applications. So these are some of the methods that you usually find in preschools: case studies, group discussion, project-based learning, simulations, role play. So the important thing is developing rubrics for all these things. Okay. So case study, the depth of analysis, and they should demonstrate the comprehension of the business problems, and then they should be able to locate the appropriate theoretical lens or model or the framework to analyze that particular case, and then eventually they have to come up with some sort of synthesis. Not single framework will generate all the answers. Not single framework will give a clear picture or the multidimensional problem of the given case study. So they have to integrate and synthesize based on the different theories and concepts, and they should be able to generate the output. They should be able to define that particular business solution. So you can come up with the rubrics for all these things. Okay. So the intensity of the analysis and depth of the analysis, and then the content delivery and the approach. So for all those things, you can, if it is a group assignment for case study analysis, that can be again given some teamwork based marks. So the thing is, these methods are standard methods that are available in the academia, and we have to come up with the appropriate rubrics for each one of them. Okay, so again, sit with your senior professors and then external professors and discuss what should be the rubric and the framework for evaluation, and then stick to that particular framework for evaluating. Let's assume that there are 5 sections being handled by 5 different faculties dealing with the same course, and each one of them takes different approach and different metrics to evaluate. Again, it becomes a little bit tedious to analyze the data. So at least ensure that there is some sort of commonality with regard to the evaluation of all these things. So these are highly appreciated and highly encouraged by MBA accreditation team with regard to use of alternate assessments and the use of these active learning methods. But maintain the proper documentation with regard to which case study you have discussed, specimen copy of that particular case study, or if you are given group discussion topics, which are the topics and how many people participated in it, and also the evaluation rubrics. Okay, so that's documentation is extremely important. Otherwise, many people do it and they don't document it. So if you don't document in NBA size, you haven't done it. Okay, so documentation is extremely important with regard to other things. For examination, typical examination, CIE and SCE, that is continuous evaluation, test 1, test 2, test 3, whatever, and then the final examination. There is a hard copy of the written answer script, okay, that can be shown to NBA team. But when it comes to these things, group discussion has happened. What is the proof? They will ask. Okay, so if possible, video capture it or take a snap of it. Okay, with geotag. Okay, so that it enhances the validation of that particular activity, validity of that particular activity. So, if outcome requires analysis, teaching must involve the analysis as well. Don't use same teaching method for everything. There are certain topics which are amiable for case study, other could be for project case. For instance, if you have defined your CO as ability to design marketing strategies based on the consumer insights, okay, so they should design something. So do a mini project. Okay. On the other hand, if your CO is students should be able to analyze consumer psychological factors affecting their decision. So perhaps you can roll out a case study. Okay. So anything that is related to design, perhaps there has to be some sort of group activity. Usually, okay, it may not have to be always, and they have to create something. For instance, again in CV context, if you narrate a story and ask the student to create the advertisement. Nowadays, because of the AI tools, one can design the print advertisement as well as the action-oriented advertisement or the video advertisement. So let them use those AI tools to generate the print advertisement and the video advertisement. Again, you can specify the condition using the ADA model, okay, awareness, interest, desired action, or some other the framework if you want to use, you can use and ask them to design 4 ad copies at each stage. Okay, all those things lead to it's a kind of mini project. It's not it has to clearly create or design aspect of like group taxonomy. So that's a project-based learning and simulation. Again, there are simulation softwares and games that are available, but nevertheless, like see whether you have access to that. You have budget allocated for that. If it is not, like it will not happen. And role play and other things. The thing is, look at your COs, look at the interest level of your students, and then you strategize. There is no one standard formula for like, which one is better than other. It all depends upon individual faculty and the students' motivation level and other things. So any doubt here? This is purely teaching learning. So with practice, like your delivery will keep improving with each passing year, and also you will be able to discover like new methods of conveying the message. Yes, ma'am. So the thing is, like in order to do all these things, you have to have the highly motivated students. It's a problem. Okay. So many students will be having hesitation. If that hesitation is because of their background, some may be coming from the rural area and they don't have educated well, or they may be having some sort of hesitation with regard to their fluency and proficiency of the English language. If that is the case, like allow them to talk in their native language. What is important is conceptual understanding. Okay, businesses are built not by spoken English or proficiency in English, but the conceptual understanding. So allow them to express themselves. Lack of the English knowledge or proficiency should not be a hurdle or a barrier. Encourage them to participate and eventually push them towards acquiring that English proficiency. So they should not get affected by the lack of language skills. That's the whole idea. If you were to look at the real life scenario, the good number of people who are doctorate of formal education, they went on to build empires, their business empires. But it's mainly because of their analytical skills, their human relation skills, not because of some fancy degree or some these things. Again, I'm not undermining these things. English language is extremely important, but if that is a barrier, allow them to express themselves in local language, whichever language they are comfortable with and that is understandable by the faculty and the students. So people would be having various hurdles. For instance, I encountered a student a couple of years back. She had an extremely she came from a very good convent school within Bangalore, very good upbringing, and she was very good in her language skills. But she has a very high degree of the stage fright. Okay, so on nearly 2 courses, she gave 10 marks component for the presentation for all the subjects. Just imagine, she had such a stage fright, but eventually we kept on motivating her, and towards the end, I think in a couple of courses she began to open up. You have such students, and if I go back around in the initial formative years of my teaching career, there was one student from the Hyderabad, Karnataka. That was a very backward area within Karnataka. That student had difficulty even in, I gave him an option of going on the stage and reading the particular presentation. Okay, he is having any problem or hesitation with regard to presentation because of his language skills. But he hesitated, but eventually he ended up graduating, and he was good at points, and he made it to E and Y, and then he's doing extremely good now. Okay, so you never know what sort of skills they will leverage in future. So if you encounter somebody is having any deficiency, and because of that they are actually not participating, you identify and create alternative sort of avenue for them to participate. On the other hand, if there is somebody who is quite well off and they are completely lacking the motivation, you can't do anything. Okay, so that is the biggest challenge. We need to consult some educationists and the psychologists how to push them. But we cannot expect everyone to equally participate in all these teaching learning activities. Once you design the COs and map it to POs, and then choose appropriate teaching strategies and deliver the classroom whatever the content. The important thing is whether the content has reached your students, whether they have acquired the capability, that needs to be assessed.
And now I'm going to move to that assessment part and determining the attainment of the level of attainment of COs and POs. So the core question is, how do we know that outcomes have been achieved? If the students have developed the ability to analyze XYZ in a given domain, whether they have ability to create XYZ thing in a given domain. So that needs to be clearly assessed. So typically in traditional educational system, it was completely based on the year-end final examination and based on the answers written in the answer script. Okay, so that is completely marks focused, memory-based questions like describe, define, explain, those things. On the other hand, here we are focused towards outcome focused and also performance-based OBE. So your assessment is the evidence that learning has happened. Again, I'm saying this is a proxy for actual outcome. To be frank, as I mentioned it in the morning class, students should be deployed to one live project outside the campus, or if there's a startup coming within the organization, within the educational institution, maybe from the other department, engineering department. So students should get involved in that particular startup. Students should get involved with some external industry who are facing a problem. They should work on a live project and deliver the results. So that's the actual real outcome where students will be able to demonstrate it. But we do not have the luxury of doing all those things in Indian context ecosystem. Many MSMEs don't even approach educational institutions, and we do not have a common platform in the first place. As I was mentioning, I was interacting with one Canadian professor. He was telling that just like your Uber, they have a kind of common platform wherein the industry people, if they have any doubt or any the solution requirement, they'll post their problem on that particular portal. Similarly, which faculty is handling a particular course, they will also specify. They also market their students and their content, and it's a common platform. Then they come together, and students will be asked to work for that entrepreneur or enterprise, and they'll be working on a live project. So it's a win-win situation, and the student performance is going to be evaluated by both faculty and the entrepreneur of the enterprise. Okay, so if they are satisfied and happy with the student interaction and their solution, they will give a good rating, and that cannot be disputed. That's a real outcome. But that is not going to happen here. So what we have to do is we have to analyze and evaluate their answer scripts. We have to analyze and evaluate their case studies, role play, group discussion, participation, those things. So assessment, if you have to look at, there are direct methods wherein student will demonstrate whatever they have abilities that they have acquired through exams, assignment, presentation, and this is the actual performance. On the other hand, indirect method is based on the perception. You put a questionnaire, and the content of the questionnaire should be your COs. You convert each of COs into questionnaire items, and ask student to rate that particular CO attainment on a scale of 1 to 5. 1 being the they don't agree with that particular statement, and 5 they completely agree with the statement. Okay, so for instance, if your CO is after completion of this course, student will be able to analyze consumer behavior using appropriate theoretical model. Like your question item could be, this course enabled me to analyze customer behavior using the theoretical perspective. Do you agree or don't agree on a scale of 1 to 5? Okay, so the thing is, this perception is going to be the self-perceived efficacy or self-perceived competence by floating a questionnaire and taking a survey, okay, among the students. So this is perception. Typically, it should not exceed 20%. Even some of the evaluators they question why 20%, why not 10%, or why even you follow this. Why can't you measure the direct methods? Because this is more tangible, more reliable compared to perception, because surveys can be manipulated and students may not be in a position to assess whether they have acquired that competency or not. Okay, so again, different perception with regard to different experts. But nevertheless, if you want to keep your assessment comprehensive, go with both with less weightage for this indirect method. Never exceed 20%. Okay, you take 5%, 10%, some component.
So one is performance, another is perception. Indirect method is typically based on perception. So designing assessment tools is important. As I told you, for case study, for group discussion, role play, these are all very subjective, and you have to have in order to make it objective, relatively objective, you have to have the rubrics. Okay. Otherwise, what happens is you have only one column, like maximum marks, 5 marks for group discussion, like you keep giving 4, 3, 2, and perhaps you yourself might end up making a mistake. Okay. So if you have the proper rubrics, then it becomes quite easy for you to objectively assess the performance. So rubrics is extremely important, especially for the things other than your examination. So when it comes to case studies are established practice in management education. At least make it a habit to discuss one case study for each module and accordingly. Okay. So if you have 5 modules, at least there should be 5. Typically, you can follow the practice in some of the good textbooks. Typically, if you look at the Western textbooks, they begin with an opening case study and they end with a closing case study. So what you can do is just before the beginning of any module, you introduce a particular case and you just activate the student curiosity about that particular module. And towards the end, you come up with a complex case study to conclude and also assess whether students have understood that particular case. Can they use the theoretical lens of the theory and the concepts and the frameworks that have been designed, that have been delivered in that particular module. Okay. So opening and closing case study is really good practice, and you can assess on a continuous basis. Every module will be having some sort of assessment whether students have learned it or not. And believe me, opening case study is going to enhance the curiosity. Some of the students who are not going to be self-driven or who have some sort of a disengagement with the course, they might find relevance for that particular the module if you begin with the opening case study. And again, I am telling you, you need not have to go with the case study which is quite lengthy, 20 pages, 30 pages. Just stick to 800 words to 1500 words. 1500 words is also big for many of the students. Just 800 words. So that translates into 2 pages. I would say page 1, page 2, a single sheet. So, and at the end of that particular case, 4 or 5 questions, which are going to be aligned or mapped with your the content of that particular important themes associated with that particular module. So you can generate case study if you are aware of some of the happenings in the marketplace, and then ask ChatGPT or Grok to develop a case to generate really good cases. Okay, so but nevertheless, don't make the mistake that our students do. So go through that particular case yourself once or twice, and then understand the important concepts. And while prompting itself, you invoke the different the dimensions that you want to convey. So this will definitely enhance your student engagement. Okay, so student will develop some sort of a curiosity, especially the fence sitters or somebody who is on the verge of becoming indifferent to your lecture. They might be pulled into your lecture. Okay, so that is very important. And you'll be generating evidence for continuous evaluation and the case study methodology. Okay, once you do this particular thing. So this is quite obvious. Never ask questions related to remember, memory, and all those things. Understanding the things. Right away, let me get into analyze, apply those things. A good assessment, it should be whatever case study that we choose, whatever role play, group discussion topic that we do, or simulation or field classroom, whatever practice that we do, that should be rooted in COs. So that should get aligned with COs. As I mentioned, if your CO begins with the action of design, there has to be some creation. Okay, it cannot be at a application or at an analysis level. So ask them to create a marketing strategy by giving the case study description, or ask them to work on a real life project. So the thing is, ensure that there is a correlation between your CO articulation and the teaching method that you are choosing, and the alignment that you are doing. Guess the higher order teaching, apply, analyze, create, evaluate that level, and have the rubrics in hand. And as I told you, assessment must reflect the verb in the CO. So action, verb,
have included in the CO that should resonate with the assessment method. Any doubt here? Again, it's more of a practice, and like it's a art. So I've given you the hint, like you work on it. And the beginning the opening case study and the closing case study is a good practice to engage students. Now coming to once you conduct the examination, once you carry out the group discussion and other things like the calculation part, once you collected the information by conducting the examination and evaluation, etc. So the first step is setting the threshold for attainment, CO attainment. You define what is the threshold for your course. Again, there are different perception among the MBA experts. Some people say that there has to be uniform criteria for cutting across all the courses. Okay, so 60% of the students attaining 60% of the marks is considered as attainment. Okay, so that is how typically the CO attainment is defined. So whether it has to be 50% or 60%, 70%, you define with the consensus of your faculty. So there are two perspectives here. One is each course teacher is they can define the threshold. Okay. For instance, in our case, see the MOBI, the first course. None of the students in that madam's evaluation, the faculty who takes that particular course, she has never attended 60% of the students attending 60%. Okay. Maybe she is quite stringent in her evaluation and other things. So, so when this particular problem was articulated before the MBA people this time, what they told was, you do not have to have uniform 60% criteria for all the courses. For instance, if it is data census and the business statistics and points oriented subject, people typically have a tendency to score more than the 70% in our cohort of students. So they said that you said 70% of students attaining 70% as a criteria for business statistics, and with regard to this qualitative papers, you said 50%. That's what they mentioned. Okay, this is again a new lesson for us, a new insight. So you take a call whether you want to have a uniform CO attainment threshold for all the courses, or you want to have a differential threshold for each courses. Okay. How has been the experience here, ma'am? Like, what is the tendency? Students, do they have the higher level of attainment in point subject and the less attainment in qualitative papers?
It's not like that. We don't have anything like specifically quant and.
Okay. So you have a uniform threshold for everything?
Yes, we have uniform.
So we also practice the same thing for first two cycles. This time, when we were presenting our the CO attainment metrics, we told why this particular course is has a zero attainment. Then we narrated the story that most of the students do not have the application skills. Then they said again that we can have a differential questions. Again, we went with the classic 60%. Okay. And we stuck to that because the kind of students that they are trying to operate, they are not of great quality. So we end up with that. And also, whatever implementation that we have been taking, whatever initiative that we are taking, students will be responding for various issues. I think this particular phenomenon, I don't know if it's specific to our college or.
No, that is specific to Bangalore.
Why not?
Bangalore, you have a lot of these schools.
Yeah.
And a lot of students have
options.
options.
Maybe what we are witnessing is especially after COVID, I think it's a combination of COVID. At least back in the olden days, whenever we gave any topic for presentation, they used to put in some effort. Now even that effort and initiative has gone. Okay, so they are generating content to AI and then they are continuing on us and we won't be able to assess it properly.
So we are taking 60% of the students take 60% of the marks. Is it level 1 or level 2?
That is going to be level 1. So that is the base attainment definition.
Okay,
Then level 2 is 60 to 65. Because that is 1 and 65 to 70.
60 to 65 get 60% of the marks.
No, the attainment is defined as 60% of the students attaining at least 60% of the marks.
Level 1. What is level 2 and 3?
So that is the base minimum. So it is going to be from 60 to 65 is 1. 65 to 70 is 2. Anything above 70 is 3.
Okay. So my doubt is 65 to 70% of the students will get 60% marks.
Or is it the class
Or it
average?
is 65% of the students will get 65% of the marks. What is your?
No.
Uh,
So the moment the 60% of the students like attend 60%, the attainment is done.
Attainment level is one.
Yeah, that is attainment level 1. And within that goes like the 70% of the students.
Get
Like,
60%
if
of
the
the
attainment
marks.
level comes 70% or the 69%, it becomes like around 2.
So 69% of the students get 60% of the marks and becomes level.
So how is your practice now?
Ours level 1 is 70% of the students get 50% of the marks in level 1.
Okay.
80% of the students get 50% marks in level 2.
Oh, so it is more students.
90% of the students get 50% of the marks as well. And 50% is the pass category.
Again, like as I told you, different perception. What matters is consistency. Over the years, like and across the courses, you have to ensure that consistency.
How do you all show improvement in your achievement of COs over a period of time?
We typically take last 2 years average. So like so that is the MBA requirement, right? CAY -2, -1, and the current academic year. So that's what
Like
they
the
ask for.
previous institution which Pratimana was working, they used to count the number of students who fall under each of this category.
Okay.
And they used to, remember, that's what it was. And if there is an improvement in the numbers moving up to the better level, then they say that there is an improvement in the CO. We don't do that. Do you have anything like that in your institution?
So like typically like we stick to one criteria as I mentioned, and what we do is like the same criteria is applied across the years, and then like we will see like what has been the improvement or like if there's any degradation.
On the average value.
Yeah. So and then like if there's an improvement, we have to justify. So like stagnancy, we have to justify. So that's the whole idea. So again, like there is no standard measure. How do you standard guidelines as to how to set that threshold of 60%, 70%, 80%? So typically, if your organization has become autonomous recently, like you can set, or if it is not at attend the autonomy, so you can go with the university average. Okay, what has been the university average the performance? You can take that as a threshold and justify it. Or else like if you are already if you are following OB and you have the record, last average 3 years attainment level, take that as a the criteria. So there has to be some justification, some sort of support for fixing the criteria. You cannot blindly say that our intuition is at 55%, 60%. There has to be supported through some data, some sort of the supporting mechanism should be there. So it could be university average or it could be average across 3 years attainment in that particular course. The next one is, again it is quite tricky. Count students achieving the benchmark, that is 60% or 50% or 70%, whatever, and calculate the CO attainment. And for that, we are going to use this formula. Number of students who have achieved that particular score divided by, again, the denominator might change. Total students. For instance, if that question is compulsory, then this makes sense. Okay, if that question is compulsory. In our case, it doesn't make sense because we have the VTU system. We have to ask 6 questions. They have to answer 4 questions out of that. So what if they don't attend? So denominator taking it as total student is going to be 1. So the number of students who attended the question becomes a denominator. So that you have to look at. This is where the alignment between all the QOs, COs, the metrics and everything comes into picture. So the question paper pattern should be properly defined. If you have the autonomy, what I would suggest you is whenever you give the choices, it should be among the same COs. Okay. So yeah. For instance, main question number 1. Okay, A and B. They have to write either A or B, and both are carrying the same COs. Okay. In that case, there is a compulsion. They have to either attend A or B. And if they are skipping that answer altogether, it's 0. They are not attending. They are not confident. They do not have the ability. So that becomes very clear. Whereas in our case, because we are tied up with the university and they have the question paper pattern and they have to stick to that, our assessment has a problem. Okay. But MBA and other people will research, we will direct our
problem. So this can happen for the CIE, that is a internal test, and this is a semester examination, the final examination. So calculate for both the CO attainment, and then you have to assign the weightages. So direct assignment, we have a policy of giving the equal weightage for CIE and ACE. So CIE attainment 40%, and not necessarily CIE, the profile internal assessment using the group study and all the what is that, group presentations and group discussion, presentation, case study
So
analysis.
internal exam and external exam have equal component.
Yes, nowadays.
And what is the rest of the 20%?
That is indirect using the course itself. And again, this was questioned this time. I don't know why exactly you are giving 12%. Okay, so you are of the opinion that you are increasing your attainment levels based on the perception of the students. And there is, how can we verify that this has been the response? Typically, when you go the questionnaire, that becomes quite difficult. Okay. So this time we have done away with the perception quotient survey. We have only the exit survey towards the end, but immediately after course we used to take the survey. That we have stopped. Okay. I would say practice is on, but we are not
Included that.
included in our calculation. So as I told you, whenever you upload a questionnaire, convert your COs into the questionnaire items, and they have to come up with all those responses. So if they are taking a neutral stand, again discount it. Only again strongly agree that has to be written for success. Okay. So the example here, if 35 out of 50
So the
students
exit survey is the only indirect assessment.
at the moment.
Attainment. That's the only.
Of course, we are still continuing the practice because you never know. Tomorrow they might say that we should have taken that course in survey. So we have a backup plan, and if they insist we have programmed our Excel sheet, we incorporate and we generate the results.
So, one more doubt. Actually, is it enough if we conduct this once, or normally what we do is we conduct a pre-course survey, that is beginning of the semester before we teach the course to students, we conduct a pre-course survey.
Okay.
And on
What are you
completion,
asking that?
the same 5 objectives and level of understanding.
Okay.
Again, rating from 5 to 1. Their knowledge level. After completion of the course, their knowledge level again 5 to 1.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that before and after effect. You can do it.
But my question is it enough that if you do it once, or is it mandatory?
Yeah, once after completion of the course. That itself is quite tedious. Many times, especially the final semesters, they will be already placed and they wouldn't have motivation to respond to this question. That also happens.
No, actually, we do this on a semester basis for every
That's
subject.
really good. So this is how we calculate. So you have to ignore the first 3 categories. Don't agree and strongly disagree. That's completely discounted. Neutral again discounted. We take agree and strongly agree. Affirmative COs. So here, example, 50 students, out of which only 35 and 10 we have 1.5, become 45, 50%. So the final CO attainment calculation is to look at direct method to actual performance assessment of students is 80%, indirect is 20%. So you can stick to this. Then attainment level scale. So nowadays the previously India used to there was no proper format, or in the sense they do not have any website where you have to enter the data. So some people used to convert all the attainments into the scale of 1 to 3, and other people used to report the actuals in terms of percentage. But now since you have to enter the data and it doesn't take any other value, so you have to convert all your CO attainment, which is in percentage, into on the scale of 1 to 3. So that can be done in 2 ways. So 60 to 69% in our case, let's assume that you have defined 60% of students attaining 60% of the attainment level, CO attainment level as a success, and then you can come up with these intervals. 60 to 69%, I would say 50 is the case. So 50% of the students have attained minimum of 50% CO. So that is your success. And anything less than 50 is 0. And 50 to 59% level 1. So 1 will go, 60 to 69 2, and 70% and above is 3. So this becomes a discrete value, like in your matrix, the attainment matrix, you will find only 1, 2, 3, any no fraction or decimal points. This is less accurate. What you can do is you can convert that into continuous scale. So here is the formula. If you want, many MBA people are fond of formula, so give them the formulas. Otherwise, like it's quite common sense. Like the interval is like 10. Okay, so here the interval between this 50 to 59 or 50 to 60, if you look at 10. So if the attainment is 63%, like it translates into 2.3. Okay, if it is 57%, 1.7. So you convert that. More formally, you can express this particular formula. Okay, so y refers to scale that you are using 1 to 3, and x values refers to like another percentages. Okay, so you can use this to get the most accurate scaling for each of your assessment. And then so you would have already determined the mapping strength during the once you define the COs and map it to POs. So based on the subjective judgment of all the course handlers. So that information you have, and then you have the information related to the level of attainment. So now you have to integrate both and to determine PO attainment at each course level. Okay, so typically CO attainment is going to be multiplied with mapping strength. So mapping strength refers to that the subjective correlation strength, and attainment is what we have attained now, and then divided by the mapping strength. Typically, you will use this sum product on the Excel sheet. So that gives you PO attainment at each course. Okay. So why exactly we are calculating at each course is because different courses will be having different credit. Some courses may be having 3 credit or 2 credits. Other courses may be having the 4 credits, and some other projects and others may be having 10 credits or 12 credits. So you have to calculate PO at each course level, and then you have to integrate that with the credits. Okay, so calculate PO attainment for each level, and then combine that across the the different courses differing credits. So here the course credit becomes a weight. Okay, whereas here the mapping strength becomes at the initial stage. So the weights here it is going to be credit. So once you do this, you'll be getting that course credit. So PO calculation typically happens after all the courses. So once in here, for the entire batch, you'll be calculating PO. Okay. So this combined PO attainment, final PO attainment, is going to happen once in 2 years for MBA. Okay. So I'll show that in an Excel sheet. So this is at a individual course level. So as I told you, we have the question paper pattern to stagger V2. It has to be E710. So typically it looks like this. For each individual course, you have to maintain a Excel sheet like this. So for test 1, test 2, other things. So in our test, we'll be asking 3 main questions, and the case study is compulsory for 10 marks. So out of these 3 questions, they have to answer 2. So that's a flaw in our overall evaluation, but we have to abide with the university requirement. So each main question will be having the sub questions ABC. So A is for 3 marks, B is for 7 marks, C is for 10 marks. Typically defined described is asked at on the primary level, A for 3 marks, and B and C they tend to be applied and analytics oriented. So if you have to look at here, as I told you, because of the choices. Like many people have attended question number 2 and 3 and they haven't attended question number 1. Okay, if I want to include the total strength in my CO attainment and take total student strength in my calculation, it becomes difficult. So I have to use the number of students who attempted this question. So at the bottom, I'll be getting the actual attainments. So before that, so I have defined like on the attainment as 60%. So 60% of the students attaining the 60% criteria. So here, if you have to look at 1 mark, so this is for a maximum of 3 marks. What is the threshold for the question number 8? 60% of 3, that is 1.8. So this particular attainment, it is not contributing for attainment. It is question answer. Like, he is actually acting as a liability for the overall CO attainment. On the other hand, if you have to look at 7 out of 7, that means say like he is contributing for the attainment. Threshold is 4.2. Okay, 60% of 7 marks is 4.2. So it is definitely above 4.2. That is 7. And similarly, like 9, it is above 6. This is also contributing. Like this, like you are going to calculate the CO attainment and this is important. So here the first row is about the COs and this is the maximum marks and the threshold is 60%. So like the 1.8, 4.2 and 6 for 10 marks that has been clearly mentioned. And the number of students who attempted the question. I am taking this as a denominator because there is an internal choice. So 21 students have attempted question number 1A, 1B and 1B, like 23 each. And now if you have to look at the number of students who are meeting the criteria, so only 6 students have scored more than 1.8. So that's why like it is coming here. And similarly, like around 23 students have scored more than 4.2 for 1B. So 19, 17. Like this, the number of students who are meeting criteria is going to be calculated. And so the first question is with regard to CO2. So it is getting reflected here. So 6 divided by the number of students who are attempting the, who are meeting the criteria divided by the number of students who are attempted. So that translates into this number, okay, 0.28. So and that is coming to that is mapped to CO2. So it is falling under this particular thing. Like this, it has been calculated. The CO attainment for each question is calculated, and towards the end we are going to take the average. Okay, and also like for quiz and other things like there is a matrix. So we have to depending upon the kind of the CO mapping, we have to map it. So of course, quiz practice we have stopped because again many MBA people told us that quiz is essentially going to test their memory, their ability to recall. So don't map it, don't assign any weightage. We have stopped taking the quizzes, but we take not with the intention of assessing, but with the intention of the students are paying attention to our class or not. So that
This means like an objective test.
Yeah, MCQ.
So those MCQ tests are not mapped to any of the COs.
No, previously we used to map, but again based on the feedback of Indian people, we stopped it. Because again the objection is that it is mainly based on remembering and understanding and the recall and recognition.
So given that most of the assessments are based on, exams, 40% is directly based on your end semester exams. I'm sure in internal component also you have some descriptive exams. So how do you make sure that the assessment is happening objectively? Because it's very subjective. Your 6 marks and my 6 marks can be very different.
Definitely, ma'am. So there are fundamental issues with regard to most of the things that we are doing here. For instance, a simple instance I mentioned. So you are giving 3 questions and asking them to write 2 questions. Okay, for instance, in my case, in this particular case, people have many people haven't attempted. Only 23 students out of 60 have attempted that particular. Not even 60. This is for 2 sections. One out of 120 students, only the 23 students have attempted that question number 1. Okay, given a chance to come up with our own framework, I will ask a question, and there's an internal choice.
okay, question A or question B. So there will be some sort of compulsion to do that, and there will be attainment of CO. If both the questions are aligned with the same CO, then there is a compulsion. So if there is lack of attainment, that becomes very clear. Here it is very masked. Okay, so like that, at various levels there is too much of imperfection with regard to most of the things that we are discussing here. At various levels. In the morning session, I gave you the example of the space constraints and the lab requirement. Even maximum permitted limit for a batch of lab is 20. Okay, so that led us to convert a perfectly theoretical, I would say, practical subject to be made as a theoretical paper. And also we assessed the students' ability to recall, remember in that particular course. So there are too many imperfections. I do admit that particular imperfection.
No, when the MBA people have given you so many suggestions that you cannot have, a quiz
Yeah.
to evaluate, you cannot use indirect measures, so have they given you any insights on how to evaluate an exam really well?
So those things they insist on. They insist on case studies. They insist on group discussion. They insist on role play simulations, and also the rubrics for that.
So will it be okay if we, completely do not use the end semester examination as a measuring parameter?
But that makes perfect sense actually. We should go away with the semester examination, or at least we have to reduce the weightage. Actually, at least we should reduce the weightage for that. Because looking at the nature of business management education, it is more like a practice, more of art. So theoretical framework is required, but I think higher weightage needs to be given for continuous evaluation. That makes a lot of sense. But again, there are various issues now. Why exactly they have permitted IIMs and IITs to carry on according to their requirements or according to each professor's. There's an autonomy for each professor. They design the syllabus, they design the examination. I remember vividly one of the professors in IIT, I remember for my course, my courses. One of the course course teacher, he gave on a single page. There were 2 questions, and he gave 1.5 hours. Write whatever you want. I am not going to give additional. Okay, so the thing is, every word that you put on the paper, it has to be well thought and properly written, because he did not have patience for all the page filling tactics, and he was quite meticulous in terms of evaluation. He used to go through every word and every sentence. It's not that evaluation for the sake of evaluation or handing it over to some research scholars to evaluate. He never believed in that. He was quite prompt in taking the classes. And also when it comes to tests, he has his own idiosyncratic way of assessing us. He has single page, all applied questions, and he used to tell take 1.5 hours or even another half an hour if you want to take, but I'm not going to give you any additional time. Okay, so that kind of autonomy is possible because maybe the entire ecosystem believes in their credibility and their seriousness. On the other hand, perhaps they are not trusting us adequately, and that's why they are insisting on too many documents and too many things. And perhaps that is justified also, because if we were given full autonomy, we do not conduct ourselves responsibly. They would have encountered such situations. You might end up giving marks for everyone and giving a certificate. That's another problem they might encounter.
Okay, I have one more question. In your internal component, your continuous evaluation, how many of those components are individual based and how many of them are team based?
So again, it depends. Typically, when we give presentation and something which is aligned design and other things, it is going to be team based. Okay. On the other hand, if it is just analysis or application, okay, at a lower level, we give individual this one. Out of 25 marks that is allocated for internal alternate assessment, we divide it into 4.5.
40, 25 is for alternate assessment.
So that is the 40%.
40%.
Yeah, and it becomes
So
it is going to be 20% as alternate. Yeah, that's what. 2 tests we will conduct.
2 tests.
Yeah, for 50 marks. We convert it into 4.5 each. So that becomes 25. And remaining 25 marks is for alternate assessment.
Which will be typically group assessments.
Yeah, again, it varies from course to course and the faculty this one. So maybe 10 marks. In my case, 10 marks is for the group assignment. Another 10 marks for individual this one. Okay, another 50 marks. Individual presentation, classroom participation, and case analysis, contribution, group discussion. So all those things are going to be included.
You have discrepancies, like, the internal component marks are higher, but there is no correlation between internal component
So, like,
marks and.
in our MPSC, this one, it is mandatory that every faculty reports the internal and the external result. What is the correlation between the internal assessment and the semester examination. And for semester examination, internal faculty will set the paper, one paper. So out of 5 papers, that's the requirement. You have to identify 4 external paper setters, have to design it, and every answer should go through the double evaluation. So, and we are quite, in our institution, we religiously follow this particular correlation. So there is inflation in the internal assessment. So these are the things like you can fill. And back in the olden days, as I told you, we used to take the survey, and now we are swapped. So again, this information is integrated with the this particular thing. So this is the CIE component and the SCE component. So back in the olden days, we did not have access to SCE split marks. We used to get the final result, how many EAP and the grading and the actual marks. So back then, we used to take the split for each question for CIE calculation, CIE attainment, and integrate the overall attainment for the EC. Again, a wrong method, but we did not have access to though we conducted examination. The COE and the office never gave us the split marks because we did not have a software. Now it has been connected with the software, so all information is available. In the final examination, question-wise analysis information we have, so we are integrating both. So, as I mentioned, the success criteria for this particular course was 60 and CIE weighted 50%, ECE weighted. And here it is going to generate the output, which is going to be CIE, SCE, CES. So back in the old days, it used to be 40, 40, 20. So I had automated this we used to make this as per the requirement. So you have to maintain a record like this, and people will be interested in knowing that how have you maintained the record and how have you maintained the record, how you define calculated, etc. And once you calculate this one, once you calculate this one, first we will be having this correlation, particular COP correlation, and then here the COP attainment correlation strength, and then here the CO attainment for each course, and then when it comes to and I have told you, individual course level the attainment that we calculate. As I told you, individual course level the attainment that we calculate, look at doing some product, take it as a weightage, look at doing some product, and then take it as a weightage, we are going to calculate, and then the overall will be calculated by taking overall weighted average along with the credit. By weighted average along with the credit. 2.25 is the attainment for PO1. So that translate into 5 is the attainment for PO1. So that translate into, what do you think if my threshold is 60%? Of the students, what do you think if my threshold is 60% POs of the students have attained the scale of 1 to 3 of the COs and the POs because it is more than attained a scale of 1 to 3. So here for the second PO it is more than 1.21. So here again the second PO more than 1.2.1 attained 2.21 again it is more than PO3 which is about attained value based ethical leadership and others. PO3 which is about value based state ethical leadership and others 1.1. Okay, that means so now I have to explain why exactly 1.8. Shortage or why so now I have to explain why exactly this shortage or why we are falling short in attaining the PO3.
Especially
Not attaining. So the thing is here again you have to analyze the things. Here if you have to look at so the thing is here this is the first analyze the things. Here if you have to there is a look at the mapping here. This is the first course but attainment level there is a the mapping. So that question was in that but attainment level there was a portion within that course. That question was in that was a there has been a portion within that course that was on the assignment syllabus. examination. The students haven't like on the assignments, demonstrated the examination. The students haven't.
And also, if you have to look at the only two courses out of all the courses that we are offering, and also if you have to look at the only two courses out of all the courses that we are offering, the CO is matching with two deficiencies. One is not adequate courses have one is dimension. Not adequate courses have this particular dimension.
If there is any possibility of course correction will be like see if there is any possibility of
Number two,
this dimension.
how to teach it.
Like again, it could be
Number two is factors. Why exactly
how
zero?
to teach it. Again, it could be
PS factors. Why exactly zero?
because of lack of practice in terms of question, understanding because of lack of concept in terms of
So,
the reason has to be investigated
about that particular
and
concept.
you should
So,
record that particular.
the reason has to be investigated,
and then like you should record that particular sufficiency. What are going to be measures? Again, implement certain suitable subject matter specific. What are going to be suitable measures?
all those
Again,
members should sit together.
which subject matter specific.
All those members should sit
have to
together.
revise the method.
All those people who are teaching the subject.
So typically like
value-based leadership method. So
typically like
value-based leadership
yeah,
method
various,
is
framework for criticality and like on the various framework for criticality and like on the values and all of this.
But for this, what you already say, extra time rates.
Yeah, that is there.
that happens not at the level of
Yeah,
ego.
that is there.
during the
Like,
that happens not at the
immediate
level
of
of ego.
reduction
That
of
happens during the
one.
one.
Like entering the
Immediate
marks
of the
reduction of for instance one. Entering the marks and like on the first question. For instance, it had like out of 120 students, only they had the first question. That itself is a it had like out of 120 students, only 23 investigate like what is the itself is a red flag and why exactly students are investigate like what is the nature of this question and why exactly students are
So,
having aversion
overall
to
attainment
this
could be
question.
good.
But like
So
it could be
overall
masked some
attainment
of the
could be
weaknesses. But
so
you are masking some of the weaknesses when we say continuous
So,
improvement. You are investigation this when we say continuous improvement program not at the end of throughout the semester, not at the end of the
So,
immediately after the end of scale one completion start. So immediately after you are before that scale one of the purpose start. This is you are before that. It's a kind of like one of the purpose. This is am I assess? It's a kind of like the quick test after like further classes. Am I reaching to like first 2 weeks? You can coordinate after like first not with the intention of first 2 weeks. You can coordinate quiz, but you would not with the intention of impressing the immediate people. Am I reaching out? But you would more like application and validation. Am I reaching out students and like so it should start from there. The paying attention to and remedial class. Of course, it will start from there. Okay. And remedial class. Of course, it will start immediately after saying one. Anybody who is failing that has been the CAE one or the first anybody who is there has to be like immediate the CAE one or new type first internal test. There has to be like immediately some new type identify the weakness and remedial plus bad performance or weak performance. Identify the weakness and remedial plus CIP and immediate.
So that you are going to record. In addition to this, this is at a so
end towards
that you are going to record. In addition to this, this is at a
the end towards the end.
after a particular batch of graduates to calculating the PO level. During that particular batch, typically it coincides with calculating the PO.
The new
During that was ready. So typically it coincides with
the new syllabus.
So by revising the syllabus, the first thing you do is by revising the syllabus, the first thing you do is you have to scan through this particular the end result, which they have to scan which courses are particular the end result of PO1, which which courses if a particular PO is not adequately PO1, PO and then if a particular PO is not adequately addressed, they have to brainstorm and then wherever it is possible, they have to brainstorm and then wherever it is possible and then
include certain modules.
So
and come up with
this is why this so this is why we might end up missing this particular
extremely powerful PO.
Otherwise we might end up missing this particular
Again, we are all
so
in the need of impressing.
again we are all show there's attainment of all the POs, but to show there's attainment of all the POs. But nevertheless, also one honest do that if it is required. But nevertheless, do also one honest.
This will enable to assessment like this. This enables you to strengthen your. This will enable to strengthen your courses. This enables you to strengthen your also strengthen your courses. And also
So any doubt here?
Of course, I am running through the different processes.
So any doubt here?
Who hasn't? Of course, I am running through the expense processes. Somebody who hasn't put your calculation, had any expense with regard to despite difficulty your calculation, never within the single. Despite
But nevertheless, I think
a lot of weight single.
so like this you have to. But nevertheless, I think calculate it for the. This is so like this you have to calculate it for the This is the previous batch, and the present batch which has graduated. 2 years. So the previous batch. So for minimum 3 years batch, like you have to have the POs. 2 years batch. Okay. And for minimum 3 years batch, courses will at least for 2 batches the courses will. And by and large, like the courses will at least for 2 batches the courses will remain same. Academic year minus 3 batch, like might vary. But minus 3, like 2, you have to see vary. Like over the years, how has been the improvement? You have to see of this, like over the years, how has been the and overall pivot contribution of this courses. If it is increasing, and overall pivot again. Okay, if it is increasing, the reasons why exactly it is improving. What are the interventions that? What are the initiatives? The reasons why exactly it is improving. What are the interventions? Or else if there is a decrease, again, you have to investigate and report it. Or else if there is a decrease, again, you have to investigate and report it. You have to document it. So this is what, like if your individual COs or so this is what are less than they should your individual COs or based on if they are less than past experience, they should that you are set for then based on it calls for past experience of the pedagogy, then like it calls for assessment method could be quite so or assessment method could be quite some faculty may be so stringent in like evaluation and also like some faculty may be so stringent in like when evaluation and also like they might be very way of teaching when it comes so to they might have to revisit all those things way of teaching so they might think is at the end of the day if CO is not getting attained the thing is at the end of the day the CO is not lacking attention in that case also like some students are lacking motivation in that case also and also like also faculty could be because and also like so if you investigate the matter and like deficiency you have to faculty somehow identify you investigate the matter and like you have to you can somehow identify COs and POs. So introduce remedial measures. This typically happens if there are the CO. Immediate. So introduce remedial measures. Don't postpone. Typically happens if there are marks into the leadership to CIE1. Don't postpone immediate marks into the leadership. And immediately after first test, like once you evaluate it, and immediately after first test, like once you evaluate, the first get to know like which are the questions that are that marks into unanswered or which are not. Get to know like which are the questions that are and also like unanswered or which are not getting they have answered well. And also be able to get to know like what are the they have answered well. So you would be able to get to know like what are the strengths and weaknesses. Accordingly, you can modify your teaching methods. So introduce remedial classes modify slow learners or teaching methods, weak performers. So introduce remedial classes for the whatever intervention that you are taking based on the and whatever intervention that you are taking based on the so if there is no document, lies of document other accreditation agencies. If there is no document, lies of Indian other accreditation agencies. Whatever effort that you are putting in, make it a point to like whatever effort that you are putting in, make it a point in like the group discussion. Generate the evidence. GPS enabled learning to the group discussion. You have to like take GPS enabled becomes the valid proof when our take it and that becomes the valid proof discussed and this is what ensures and these many or if you want to capture discussed and this is within the or if you want to capture the consent using the record take the permission so those things they consent and then capture it and keep it as a record. So those things. So what are the documentation required? Question paper with CO mapping. So what are the documentation required? Question paper requirement machine. So nowadays if you have to look at question paper prime requirement, so question nowadays so like a multiple question back in the olden days it was not only serial number but also like questions and back in the olden days on the marks maximum serial number and now questions and the column of like on the marks maximum is the column of now the column of question paper is the column of TO quite confusing. Somebody who doesn't come from the question background of really at the moment they look at confusing. Somebody who doesn't come from the background of OBE moment they look at that particular formation course and they'll be wondering what are these and CO attainment sheet the way like on the Excel sheet I just and CO attainment sheet the way what attainment sheet percentage scores each semester to maintain that and COPO matrix scores semester this can be done and COPO matrix was the end but nevertheless can be done each semester especially if you know the data that was the end but nevertheless after each semester keep practice the data like and PO attainment sheet good idea happens good practice one particular batch and PO attainment sheet that happens one batch one particular batch and graduates and then all the actions batch we can have enhance goals and then all the actions taken to enhance the goals and PO attainment and then intervention so to the extent possible in your question paper
So use case to the extent possible in your question. So for undergraduates, use case questions. They might have some sort of for undergraduate hesitation or like maybe unsure how to answer those questions. Maybe like they may be unsure how to answer those questions. Maybe like you can in the model answers, expected answers. In the initial stage, model questions and the model answers, expected answers. So like use case questions. And also like in case of various other things, like use case of those questions. And also like in case of various other things, to the extent possible, integrate analytical and ethical dimensions. To the extent possible, integrate analytical and ethical question dimensions in what I mentioned. One of our weakness was like lack of ethical dimension. One of our weakness was like lack of ethical dimension was especially at leadership level. Significantly where the modified the board of attainment showed one. So nowadays sustainability is gaining a lot of traction. So nowadays sustainability is gaining a lot of traction. Business practices that is very maps into like criteria to that sustainability business practices and also like so. Look at the SDG goals and also incorporate and also like syllabus in future. Look at the SDG goals and also incorporate the OEM syllabus in management. Maybe like the green supply chain is the OEM. If it is marketing like maybe like the green supply chain, green marketing it is marketing like the so green marketing and consumerism and in finance maybe like the carbon ready to that. Okay, many in finance maybe like the carbon ready to monetize. Okay, many students who are maybe the basics of financial management or scale. So you can maybe in the basics of financial management or scale. You can syllabus those development goals and your syllabus maintain the clean documentation maintain the clean documentation. These are some of the mistakes. Same exam for all the COs. These are some of the questions. Same exam for all the COs. Ensure that you get the COs and the questions. Okay, so ensure that you conduct the group discussion, you evaluate also, but you conduct the final group discussion, you evaluate, but again enter only the final marks. When we might appreciate the group discussion, but nevertheless like we might appreciate the group discussion, but nevertheless so they will not come completely maintain our pages. So and announce it well in advance. Maintain a global topics and announce it well in advance. Global topics and these are my evaluation presentation of presentation evaluated and the presentation of be aware of evaluated. So that student like be aware of and so that they can prepare well according to again. When you define what the shorts 60%, 70%. Again, don't define what the shorts 60%, 70%. Have to be some strong. Don't take that number at university. The competition or from your own past 3 years. Typically, the university standards or your own past 3 years attainment average. You choose a particular number of that choose a particular number of that period. So at the end of the day, keep it in mind. It's not about marks. It's not about. So at the end of the day, keep it in mind. It's not about marks. It's not about impressing. It's all about creating evidence of learning. So it's all about making. It's all about creating evidence of learning. So it's all about making sense and competent and capable. So coming to the last leg of my presentation, we want break. So coming to the last leg of my presentation, we want break. So coming to the. So coming to the. Yeah, like I can continue. I don't know. You can take a break. Yeah, like I can continue. I don't know. You can take a break. Okay.
So this is the last leg of explanation and also like this is the last. This is the last leg of explanation and also like this is the last. So implementation and continuous method. So implementation and continuous method. We have covered most aspects of it. Important, but nonetheless, formal way is step important. First and the foremost it is step. OB is first and the foremost it is one-time activity. OB is not a one-time activity. Encompasses planning the POs, encompasses planning those, and also like POs and syllabus and appropriate teaching, and also like so all those things as appropriate for our planned assessment as we deliver. So all those things as method for our plan, and then as we deliver, we are going to teaching method, and then we are going to CIU 1, 2, and assessments like condition, etc. And then based on that, we are going to discuss the condition, etc. And then based on that, performance going to rate the efficiency, and we are going to come up with efficiency performance strategy, and we are going to come up with the improvement strategy. The performance is low in the CI session, like so we have to come up with the performance is low in the CI session, like immediately I will come up with the lack of attainment of investigation of CO, while then we have to do the lack of attainment. So that improvement is a continuous improvement happens at various stages. So that improvement is a continuous and harmonization of one that batch, and it was the year of the automation of one batch of it, batch, and there is a word of attainment and certain lack of it. You have to modify the lack of attainment on the certain keywords, more number of keywords aligned and come up with keywords, more number of keywords aligned. Thing is, it is not a one-time activity. Keywords. So thing is, it is not a one-time activity. And this is what we have been discussing since morning. And planning is all this is what we have been discussing since morning. Planning is all about like plan COs, and then mapping delivery is all about like plan appropriately, and then method delivery is all about like execution appropriation, practical session presentation, then measurement of attainment, practical setting of threshold, then and measurement of attainment, and all continuous setting of threshold, particular attainment, then optimization, 1 year tracking that particular attainment various level, and then initiating corrective measures at various level, and then initiating corrective measures at the manner, and then those steps. So keep occurring in a cyclical manner. If you are not doing the assessment, and after assessment, if you are not taking the corrective measures, doing the assessment, and after assessment, if you are not taking the corrective measures, so you have to do that quite religiously. So you have to do that proper religiously. And what faculty individual faculty must do is the gap. And what faculty individual the attainment is the gap. Whatever the attainment is, they got to see what has to be continuous, whatever and for impose or backup attainment has to be. It could be because of the syllabus. If there is a backup attainment, it could be because of the syllabus. You come to complex models like your teaching method cannot be aligning with method. Models like your teaching method cannot be aligning with method. These operating some of the intervention include approach area price driven some of the interventions or how to see price or in the colleges to do this or how to see the solve and Edexcel of course setup is a very good platform and Edexcel of course setup is a very good platform. You can result similar topics over the so identify the weak attainments. Many times within the course, like some of the identify the weak attainments. Many times within the course, like some of the attainments from the very people then modify the teaching strategy or syllabus and then modify the teaching strategy or syllabus. So how do you do the gap analysis? You have already said so. And how do you do the gap analysis? Expectation already set the shortness and there is not the expectation was exceeding the shortness. Complete phase is not, and you have achieved but only at the level of 50%. And whatever you have achieved but only at the level of the first level 62, whatever your definition is 69% by level 1, 62, 70 as definition is 70 by level 1. Thereafter 70 as all COs are coming only the first level. Thereafter level 1, all COs are coming only the first level. Though you are attaining 60%, so again like the short 60%, though you are attaining 60%, it is not a high the short 60% into that, but it is not a high so you have to find out the achievement and then like you have to find out the achievement find and then like you get to that particular gap. Find ways to fill that particular gap. So this is the courses. Identify the unattended COs. Which questions were the unattended COs? Which questions were not? If you have the granular with the students, into that if you have the granular and the skills which are missing among the students. And also like the skills which are missing among the students. Not the general issues. Like also like particular, for instance, weaknesses. Not the general issues. Like in CIE, for instance, one like on related questions. CIE one, and like on related questions, like you have to look into like which aspect of like what is answered. So like you have to look into like which aspect of the what is answered. So all those things have to be what you have to improve. So all those things have to be. The word of focus is on focus. The word of focus is on gap. And once you figure out the word of focus is on what is the gap. And once you figure out what is the gap, you can give one example. Students struggle with the analytical questions. To give one example, one of the things is students struggle with the analytical questions that you are framing. One of the things is students understand the analytical questions that you are framing versus the students that understand and perhaps the student may not be able to understand and appreciate that. On the other hand, the student may not be able to understand and appreciate. On the other hand, like you study like quite understand and appreciate and they might understand and appreciate the importance of that particular aspect and they might concept develop some motivation to give a simple example standard deviation the concept and to give a simple example standard deviation the concept and perhaps memory oriented or some of the students might think that memory oriented or to the extent possible like convey the message of standard to the extent possible like convey the message of standard deviation. So for instance mutual fund performance, right? One of the metric. So for instance mutual fund performance, right? One of the metric. So those kind of examples might make some of the concepts that are there. So those kind of examples might make some of the concepts that understand and concrete and apply those concepts. Apply and also like teaching change based on the data and also like teaching must get a sense like based on the data or the performance of students in the exam. So you get a sense like how to present some of the students will not be able to get so might some of the students will not be able to get writing and the same student will do like might underperform examination. The same student will do like or else presentation might get or else they might get figure out like which method resonates figure out like and which use that method resonates with the problems and use that convey these concepts and also convey these concepts and also this is a as clearly mentioned. This is a similar to that of your similar to that of your 3D CSI. Similar to that. So similar to that. So creator doesn't understand the system, spirit of this. And also some of the common mistakes is correcting data but not using it. And also some of the common mistakes is correcting data but not using one two and we cannot enter the data that is the one two and we cannot enter that is the expression we don't correctly one and we do it at the end of the semester. Many times in worst case scenario there is no we do it at the end of the semester. Many times in worst case faculty might post audit. So some faculty might post that happens is like of no use so like because that happens is understanding like of no use conveyed and because you wouldn't be having the clear understanding of which concepts are conveyed in the course. So make it a habit to like enter all the data the course is collected. So make it a habit to like enter all the data cells that is collected sheet and collect so that you can see whether the assignment has happened on Excel sheet. so that you can see and don't ever ignore some of the COs which are under-attend and don't ever ignore some of the COs which are under-attend. COs also don't manipulate the data. There is a compulsion for MBA and other things. COs to record. One for yourself. There is a compulsion for STS and other things for like them. But keep to record. One for yourself. The thing is, if you are supposed to carry out this on a very honest way, like you'll be able to. The thing is, going to carry out this on a very honest way, like you'll be able to discover your experiment as well in terms of customer methodology and you'll be having whatever experiment that was some sort of like there are very feedback and you'll be having so OBE fails without action, corrective actions and like without so OBE fails without action, corrective actions and like without typically most evaluators they look at these things. Typically, what are the evaluators? They look at corrective actions. They can they have what are the for instance remedial class. Corrective actions. Say that we have taken the remedial class. For instance, remedial class. So if you say that we have taken the remedial class, they last taken the remedial. One is remedial measures with the intention of maintaining that cannot reach. One is remedial measures with the intention of lacking the interest. Cannot reach. Another thing is equally important is creating the record lacking the interest. So another thing is equally important is creating the record in order to offer maintain that attendance rates for avoidance. So in order to offer gap analysis and corrective actions. So very important. Gap analysis and corrective actions are very important. Very important. They come towards the end, but nevertheless, that is very important. And to conclude, OBE is successful not when outcomes are measured, but to conclude, OBE is successful not when outcomes are measured, but when also teaching students for the competition. And most importantly, it's not only teaching, but also student. With this, presentation is over. With this, presentation is over. Within limited time, I know whatever I could do, I have done. Perhaps like within limited time, I know whatever I could do, I have improved. Perhaps like things again. I could have improved whatever method that you are following. Ensure that there is consistency over the years when across the following. Ensure that there is consistency over the years and across the have given various recommendations. So and within our institution, there are a couple of various recommendations. And within our institution, there are a couple of OBE and they keep going for the senior professor themselves who are associated with OBE and they keep going for the inspection. Among themselves, is keep certification in mind, but nevertheless, like have some field work and some keep certification in mind, but nevertheless, like have some field work and some consistently apply that across the batches and some way of analyzing things. Consistently apply that across the batches and across the. So, any questions? So, any questions? Any questions? So somebody who is attending workshop OBE workshop for the first time, like so somebody who is attending workshop OBE workshop for the first time, like but there is one intermediate course by IAS. Now he has been the influential person, but there is one intermediate course by IAS. JN he has been the influential person. There is an intermediate course full 56 hours. JN there is an included in full 56 hours and course free of cost. No advertisement included in you can access free of cost. No advertisement can do that specific topic or on the interview. So you can go to that like for specific topic. And that person has been quite influential in terms of like coming up with AKCC. And that person has been quite influential in terms of like coming up with AKCC. And also one more important thing on this condition. Typically like with regard to also one more important thing. Typically like with regard to management courses have a tendency to like only map. Many management courses have a tendency to like only map specialization courses. Code course map. That will again contribute for the lack of attainment in non-blacks, especially that will again contribute for the lack of attainment in and if you have initially so most MBAs including our institution we don't actually have institution. So most MBAs including our institution we there is another you look at like videos. How many of your peers are getting map to look at like and how many of your peers are not getting correctly used attained and perhaps like you are missing out peers are not getting correctly so input that as perhaps like you are missing out on that directive mapping. So input that as also. Thank you. You don't have any questions? Thank you. You don't have any questions? No questions? No questions? Thank you. So I'm giving this particular PPT desktop. So I'm giving this particular PPT desktop. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
So I've shared the page. So I've shared the page.
yes sir. I check.
So I can print here.
Yes sir. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
சரி எப்போங்க சார் முடிஞ்சு இப்போ? சரி எப்போங்க சார் முடிஞ்சு இப்போ?